All right.
Hey there.
What up, Pete?
Greetings.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. Doing pretty well.
Happy Feast of St. Thomas, sir.
Ah, yeah, same to you. Same to you.
Uh,
How was your week?
so far, so good. What? Well, this was the last week I have quote unquote off, I guess, before. So, like the January term finished on Thursday. So I was collecting grades from that, and the spring semester starts Monday. So
Let's see.
that was pretty good. I I don't say this out loud too much, but most of my work I actually got done on Monday. Uh, I I worked on Monday and was able to get most of the stuff I needed done. So, how about yourself, sir?
Well, I just finished. We actually have Monday off. It's kind of a longer weekend.
Yeah.
Because so technically this is the end of our first semester because we did a little shuffling around. I think I mentioned that last
I
time.
remember you told me about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, it was sort of a last day of the semester. A little bit of that feeling.
Got it.
We had some classes went well, pretty much as usual, mostly.
Okay.
So,
Nice.
yep. Played a little game with the Latin students.
Dr. Schaefer has played. I don't remember the name. I know when he said it to me in Latin and I got it, but Hangman.
Oh.
See, but he plays Hangman in his Latin class.
Well, that's kind of fun.
Yeah, I forget. It was like the pendens hominum or something like that. It was something like this. As soon as he said it, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, like obviously.
Yeah. Well, yeah, depending on if you were talking about the man doing the hanging or the man doing it.
That's right. Yeah, it's one of those things I couldn't come up with off the top of my head, but I can recognize it when it's said to me. I'm like, oh, I know what you're talking about.
Actually, we could do that in Greek too.
You could, but I wouldn't know it if you said it to me. I would just be like,
I just mean I could play it in my Greek class.
You certainly could.
The nice thing about that is that it's pretty basic. I mean, it doesn't demand you could play it at a very low level. You're just spelling words.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Except, well, we already kind of goof off enough and get little enough done in Greek.
Hey, you don't need to add to that, huh?
Latin's a little more serious. It could stand the occasional break.
Okay.
But Greek, yeah, I don't think we need to add games.
Yeah, I did not inquire into how successful this was, or but certainly it could serve as a break from the seriousness of class, and you just spell some Latin words or whatever.
Right. Well,
maybe you have to give like the Latin pronunciation of the letter or something.
Well, we have a more intense kind of game than that. We have a little quiz game type thing where I ask a toss-up question, and there are two teams, and someone strikes the table, and that indicates he's taking the floor to answer the question. He buzzes in, and then if he answers it, then his team gets these bonus questions, and it's a whole thing. So,
Jake,
what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
How you guys doing?
Doing all right.
Doing well.
Happy Feast of St. Thomas to you, sir.
Happy feast. Cheers.
Mm-hmm.
Drink to that.
At least in the new calendar.
That's right.
This is true. Well, I think so. The monks at Clear Creek celebrate both feasts of St. Benedict. And I see no reason why we shouldn't do the same for St. Thomas.
I actually think I actually kind of have the same sentiment. Yeah.
Yeah, I see no reason why we should not celebrate today and on March the 7th.
We unusually had a Novus Ordo Mass today, so we could have a Mass of St. Thomas.
St. Thomas would not approve.
Hey, we sang very beautifully, including Adoro Te
Hmm.
and a little Palestrina and some other stuff.
Ooh, very nice.
Nice.
Yeah, and that's just a gorgeous church y'all have there. I love that.
You're not talking. Wait, which church?
The one right across the street is it Sacred Heart.
Well,
I love it. Maybe you don't like it, but I walked in. I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. But
it is cool. Yeah, it's not.
it's definitely modern,
Yeah,
but
beautiful. Yeah, no, among modern churches is actually quite good. And yeah, quite reasonable. But it's just that we have a lot of historical, like really amazing churches. And so by comparison,
well, yes.
you know,
Well, I didn't spend that much time in the area. I just went to like that church. And
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, if you're like within the framework of recent churches, it's like, oh, this is actually quite nice.
I don't think I have I have the picture of it on my phone. I don't think I have it on my laptop. I could rectify that easily enough, though. But
I was going to say, honestly, when Father says the Novus Ordo in Latin, it's almost hard to distinguish because he's, ad orientem and he's saying it in Latin, and the servers are used to doing Latin mass serving. It seems like they pretty much just do it the way they would do that, like kneeling and at either side facing the altar, and it just kind of, he says the canon aloud, and a couple other things. But it's sometimes you can kind of forget which one it is.
Yeah, well, when the Novus Ordo is done well,
I can't forget
like
which one it is. I would know. And this one. All right. All right. I was sending those pictures to myself just so I could pull them up because they're it's nice. I like them. Let's see that one.
How you been doing, Jake?
I've been better. I mean, I had the Wu flu, so kind of knocked me out a little bit.
Karate chopped you.
Let's see. Are you feeling better?
Yeah, I feel like I'm about 90%. So
okay.
My boss warned me though. He said because there's some guys.
Yeah, see.
Oh yeah, that's not bad.
So that was from the back. I have one. Let's see. That was a little bit closer up.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It kind of reminds me of
I wanted this one. I actually have a bunch more, but
yeah, it had that kind of nice, like the green marbly stuff around the sort of backdrop in the old mosaic.
Gosh, what was the name of that church, Peter? That was on Holcomb, where we used to live in that that apartment complex that got flooded.
Yeah, it wasn't John Biondi or
No.
The only one I know on Holcomb there is St. Vincent de Paul.
St. Vincent de Paul. That's it.
Okay,
oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was all right.
It reminds me of that, like the layout.
I like Sacred Heart a little bit more. And the relics y'all have, that floored me. I wanted to get some pictures of that, but all the lights were off and I didn't feel like going around, and just messing with stuff. But just trophy cases and trophy cases of reliquaries with relics. I was like, wow, this is fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, we did have a blessing with the St. Thomas relic today.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Oh yeah. That's good.
I'd like to acquire one. I don't know how, and then I don't know how I would keep it. But I don't have anything fitting. So, no, I sent this in the group text earlier, but I'm just so happy.
Oh yeah, you got a bottle of Eagle Rare.
2.
Oh yeah, 2 bottles.
I saw them. I was already checking out, so they didn't even have these on the shelf. I'm checking out, and where they have like the expensive stuff behind them. I just happened to look up to the ceiling, and I see these only 2 bottles, and I was like, those, I'll take them right now.
How much did that run you?
I would prefer not to say. No, so between the 2 bottles of Eagle Rare and
Blanton's bourbon.
Blanton's, this was as soon as like my eyes shifted just a little bit, and I saw this bottle sitting next to him, and I was like, that one too. And so I cleaned out their stock.
A horse on top.
Yeah, this is the letter N.
Wow.
So this is the N. 260.
Dang.
Yeah. So I am having a Eagle Rare and 12-year-old Flor de Caña black key, maple cinnamon black key.
Damn, look at you.
Now St. Thomas would be pleased with that.
St. Thomas would be very pleased with this. I've got real orange bitters, the maple cinnamon syrup, and bourbon soaked cherries.
Ooh.
You went out, man.
This is like a $30 cocktail. So I'm very happy with it. Jake, what you been up to besides recovering from the coof?
Can't really do much besides that when you have it. You know what I mean?
It's like it really put you down, or I imagine you took off work for a few days.
I did, which was the first time I've ever taken off work since moving here.
Yeah.
So, it's been pretty crappy because just only until recently, yesterday night was one of the first nights that I've been able to have an uninterrupted sleep. You know what I mean? I'm coughing and sneezing so much, or I was coughing and sneezing so much.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, the day before yesterday was the first night of uninterrupted sleep. So the night going into Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Yeah, it's just been like so not getting sleep and then just being sick. It just it's everything just gets exacerbated.
That's enough to take it out of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of my siblings that had a similar thing where, like, they couldn't really start getting over it until they could sleep, and had to take certain painkillers and like aspirin and something else.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the worst sickness I've ever had.
Mm-hmm.
Not by a long shot. I mean, I was sicker in Houston. I felt like, in February of 2020, I felt like I was sicker. So, but that was the last time I was actually really, really sick. So, yeah.
Nice. Well, glad you're feeling better though.
Yeah, feeling way better.
Good to have you back.
Yeah. I mean, last Friday, I was not doing well, but I was still planning on logging on.
Mm-hmm.
But when you texted, I like your text when you said, "All right, I think I'm logging off." I was like, "Oh dang!" Like that was the first time I remembered getting sleep. like at that point, like at Friday evening, I was just like sleeping for just some time.
No, it's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, after it was like 35, 40 minutes, I was like, I'm just gonna hang it up. No big deal.
Alcibiades couldn't come through.
What was the? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, he's still got like 15 more minutes, I guess, before he'll show up.
Oh, did you text him?
Oh no, but he's in the same group, and we just texted. We were about to log on.
Oh yeah.
No, he's just late. So no, it was a couple weeks ago though when Pete and I were and this was when you were at the airport and everything. Joe again forgot Friday night, texted me, said, well, let's do it Saturday instead. So we all did it Saturday and we were all here and dude slept through it.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It's just we get what we get. I'm surprised Julian's not here though.
Yeah.
We've been talking, he and Joe and I, we've been talking about the translation of Ite Missa Est yesterday and today. And so that's why I pulled out some of my Bellarmine, because he goes through that term on the term mass, Missa, where it comes from and how the Ite Missa Est and all should be rendered and stuff like that. I guess it came up in the catechism class that he's teaching or something like that. Because he was the one that brought it up.
Okay.
So I mean, how does Bellarmine say you should render it?
I was actually really surprised. Normally, I love Bellarmine and he's really solid, but I guess here the Jesuit in him is coming out. But so here is the at the very end when he wraps up everything. So hence, Ite Missa Est, as Alcuin rightly teaches, means nothing other than go, you are allowed to leave. But we already treated on this in the first book, chapter 1, which was way back here in the beginning. He just goes through how all of the fathers use this term.
But he doesn't even address the Missa Est part of it.
No, that's the Missa is the that's the stuff he goes through kind of at the beginning. Is he identifies how many? 7? No, 4, 5. 5. Okay. 5 different ways that Missa is used among the church fathers.
Okay.
And he says, so first it's received simply for the missio, the dismissal. In this way, it's used the Fourth Council of Carthage, Canon 84. And then he quotes that. In that place, the Mass cannot be received for the sacrifice or the Lord's Supper because this part was not for the catechumens, but only of the faithful. And this is how Augustine and Ambrose use it when they talk about the Missa Catechumenis, the dismissal of the catechumens after the sermon, right?
Yeah.
And then after you had the Missa Fidelis, the sending, the Mass of the faithful, but in that sense, the sending of the faithful. Lastly, in our liturgy, it's even received in this manner when the deacon sings Ite Missa Est. Again, as Alcuin rightly explains, the sense is now it is the dismissal, right? Go, it is the sending. It is the dismissal. Secondly, Mass is received for the divine office of the readings and the prayers and every other kind of thing celebrated in the church where the dismissal of catechumens takes place. Here is used in the Council of Valencia. Thirdly, the part of the liturgy called the Mass of the Faithful, the Missa Fidelium. And here it's used by St. Ambrose. I remained in the office. I began to do the Missa to pray over the offering. So on. Fourthly, it means both of those things together, the Mass of the Catechumens and the Mass of the Faithful. In this way, it's used by Pope Leo, Pope Gregory, Pope Felix IV, and the Council of Arles. Fifthly, the collects themselves, right? So,
okay.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting, though, because he says, the way some say that Missa is said because it is an oblation and prayers sent to God. So thought Hugo of St. Victor, St. Peter Lombard, and St. Thomas.
That's that was my first inclination.
But he says this is less probable. No real justification.
Nothing St. Thomas has ever said in his life is less
probable. I think that's right. And then he said, and then the most probable opinion is of those who would have it that the Missa comes from missio or the dismissal of the people. And then he goes through everything that I just went through. And it's all right, I get that it's used in all of these different ways among the fathers and stuff. I do understand that, but we were looking up this too. So Missa Est is a third person perfect passive construction. It's impossible that be addressed to the people. You don't address people in the third person. The address comes in the imperative, ite, go. It has been sent. And I think the it has to refer back to the offering.
Yeah.
And again, that's St. Thomas's position. But I mean, Bellarmine has to know that construction.
He writes Latin, maybe speaks Latin.
Yeah. 16th century Jesuit, they were pretty kind of heavy on that writing, speaking, teaching in Latin sort of thing,
Right.
Right. So he thinks Missa is a noun derived from
Missio.
But it doesn't like why would you have another noun? Missio is already a noun. Why do you need another noun? It seems kind of strange.
Yeah, I think he just says that it's because he shows in the first part like why the Lutherans are first of all why the Lutherans are wrong about the term, where it comes from. Then he shows it's not Hebrew, it's not Greek, it's exclusive to the Latins, and then he goes through how all the Latins use it. Where did I just see? No, it says, although Missa comes from missio, nevertheless, it does not only mean dismissal. It means, again, those 5 other things that I just read. Where did I just saw it, that he says, such that it's derived from. Yeah, the most probable opinion is of those who would have it that Missa comes from missio, or the dismissal of the people, so that Missa is the same as missio, just as among the ancients, collecta forms from collectio, and the remissa peccati from remissio.
Oh, weird. Okay.
We find that Cyprian uses remissa. In that way, and other people. This is the opinion of St. Isidore, Rabanus, Alcuin, Hugh of St. Victor, and other more recent authors admit this etymology. So yeah, I find that interesting. Now this work, so Bellarmine's on the most holy sacrifice of the Mass. This is a phenomenal work. It's $24 from Mediatrix Press. It's worth having just because this is a full-throated defense of the traditional Roman Mass. I mean, he shows its antiquity, even among the fathers, its theological significance of all of the parts. He goes through the vestments, the vessels, all of the parts. I mean, he goes through every last, even individual prayer in the Mass and talks about its theological significance, why it's important, where it comes from. It's really funny that all of the arguments he makes against the Protestants, I'll just say, are remarkably applicable even today. It's worth having, even for no other reason. But
against the Protestants or against the modern church?
Right.
Don't know. Have Kyle, happy feast day to the dumb ox. Indeed, sir.
Who's that?
One of our viewers.
What?
Yeah.
Viewers? That's kind of weird.
I realized a little bit too late, although I guess it's never too late to change one's socks. I should have worn my St. Thomas socks today, but I didn't.
That's a missed opportunity, my friend.
I have 2 pairs. You'd think,
You mean the ox socks?
So,
well, before we get down to business, what do you guys think about war with Russia?
I'm skeptical that it will happen, but
really, you're skeptical?
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems so implausible. I mean, I get that he's amassing troops and tanks and medics and all that. It just doesn't. I just can't accept it. It just seems so random.
Yeah, but they're there.
Yeah,
you accept that?
I guess I find it less likely that he wants some other, like, he just wants, I feel like he wants something to happen without having to actually fight with all those troops. He wants them to be there, and that helps with pressuring, doing something. It just seems like, would he really, go into an all-out war and have, tens of thousands of casualties, and like, is it worth it for whatever he's trying to accomplish?
I mean, couldn't you say that about anything he's done? Is it worth it? Is the
Yeah.
inflation?
He built a pretty cool military cathedral.
Oh, I know. So
except for the hammers and sickles, but
I know. So Knowles was talking about that. He's like, okay, so we talk about the expansion of the American empire, and that used to mean supporting democracies around the world and preventing the spread of communism and all that stuff. And yeah, rah rah rah, that's great, of course, blah blah. But did you see the military cathedral that Putin just built? It's
I did
gorgeous.
not.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
it's
It's one of the most magnificent modern structures.
Yeah.
Is it in the true Russian style?
Yeah. It's in the Russian Orthodox style. It's beautiful. It's
Russian
absolutely gorgeous.
military.
He's like, we need that. That's what we need. It's like, if spreading the American empire means that the LGBT flag gets to fly in Kandahar, I don't want to spread the American empire. I want that one to spread.
Hold on, let's see. Is it this one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, it's amazing to think something that looks like that was finished just last year or something.
Right. Yeah.
that is something. Look at that.
You should see the inside. I mean, I don't know if there are pictures of the inside, but it's gorgeous.
I can probably find one. Let's see. Interior. Let's see. That's not a good one. This one. This one. Is it this?
Yeah.
Yep. I think so.
Very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and imagine just like that was commissioned by a modern sovereign state.
Is Russia technically a secular state?
I think so.
Yeah, I would.
But I mean, they're not a. I thought Russian Orthodoxy is isn't that the state? Isn't that their? Do they have a state religion? Isn't it? Or does the Russian Orthodox Church enjoy any sort of state sponsorship?
No, it probably enjoys state sponsorship, but not in the sense of being enforced or
right.
Yeah, but
right.
Yeah.
You're not technically punished for not being Russian Orthodox, but that's kind of like everybody else is, or I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
It's kind of like a backswing because in Soviet days it was suppressed, and sort of,
right.
And now I think Putin's just restoring the balance, I think, or something. I don't know. Just
right.
I saw a piece. It was a couple of years ago. It was circling in some of the traddy world, but I didn't know how much of it was tongue in cheek. But you never know with some of those guys; they're crazy and they could have been serious. But how that Putin's maybe not really that bad of a guy, because he was definitely pro traditional family, pro this kind of importance of religion and the history of Christianity in Russia, and blah blah blah. And so they were just kind of highlighting all these points, if only we had a leader like Putin. It's well, I don't I think I see what you're saying, but I'm also I'm not 100% on that one.
Yeah.
I mean, he's right on some things, but
yeah,
no.
It doesn't go wrong in the way that modern liberalism goes wrong, but that doesn't mean it doesn't go wrong in other ways.
Right.
Yeah, there's that whole totalitarian thing on the other side. But although I don't know, the more that I've read, or I don't know, maybe that I've read, but that I kind of see the far left and the integralist, super tratty right, they have a lot more in common with each other than I think they would like to admit. They're both they're both very totalitarian, I find, in their own way.
Which two groups?
The far left, like the super radical left, and then like the real tratty, like integralist far right, at least, or the Catholic right. They have this, it's a very big, expansive, powerful vision of the state to just enforce the good and to be able to direct the good and direct people to their good. And it's like, the left thinks in exactly those same terms. They just mean something different by the concept of the good.
Yeah, but that's a pretty essential difference, isn't it?
Sure. But when you're dealing with practical matters, though, when you're dealing with that kind of like practical matters, I think the temptation of the state to always kind of fall into totalitarianism means you need to keep as much power as reasonable away from it.
I mean, yeah. I guess yes, no. It's a totalitarian state is per se bad, but a powerful state isn't. And a state that's powerful in terms of willing to enforce the good in a reasonable way, I think is good. It's good,
Sure, but what is a reasonable way, and how powerful are we talking? And
well, I mean, compared to what we're doing, it'll look like we're dropping nukes.
That's true. Although I'd heard it said one time, I don't remember where. I think I was at Acton, but the person I heard it from, I think, had gotten it from somewhere. But the concept was, I would never want to give the state authority a power that that could be used against me. Right? I wouldn't want to give it a power on my behalf that I wouldn't want someone who is opposed to my way of thinking to have.
But we already do that. Don't we?
In what sense?
Well, I mean, we already give the state the power of life and death. Right? And I don't want somebody who's against me to have the power of life and death over me. But we're absolutely, and rightfully so, we give the state power of life and death.
Yeah.
So I don't know what exactly.
Yes, I know this person was definitely coming from a very libertarian perspective, and the more I hear from them, the more I don't understand them.
Yeah, the more I hear libertarians speak, the less sympathy and understanding I have for them, and patience. I mean, like, it's like I prefer just libertarianism is just lazy leftism to me. That's what it is, I think.
Well, it's kind of they don't want to.
Worse because at least the left the left side, the left even the crazy left side has a vision of the good. Like to deny the concept of the common good and its place in society. I think that's such a fun. I mean, like that is the first thing. Like without a view of the common good as determinative of the customs and habits and regulations of society, then you really have nothing to work with, and that's the first thing that's denied by the libertarian. So
yeah, the very fact that there can be some common notion of the good is what that's why they don't want the state to do anything.
It seems like they're the true reactionaries because they're not aiming at anything positive. They're just reacting to state overreach and saying, I don't want that. So I guess what I want is just to be left alone. And that's the be all, end all. There's nothing they're heading towards, just from.
So, no, but I guess back to your original question, though, Jake. I don't know. I have yet to be convinced that anything that happens between Russia and Ukraine is like. I need to be convinced that the United States has a standing interest in that, like directly.
Yeah.
And I don't know that that's the case. And if it, like there are certain things, right, that could happen abroad that directly affect United States interests. And okay, if we get involved in something like that, but
Yeah.
Russia and Ukraine, like that, I don't know that however that works out, that if that really bothers us a whole lot.
Yeah, I agree. I think people who I think conservatives who uh, immediately have the isolationist mentality and anything outside the borders of the country is of no business to me. I think it's a stupid position to take. But I also
Yeah.
think it's a stupid position to say, oh, sovereign borders are being threatened anywhere and throughout the world. Send in the Marines, boys. Like, no, that's also not a. There has to be a real
Yeah.
interest about the
I,
a real threat to the interests of the United States has to be
yeah.
present. And I think that that's possible. I don't know. I don't know here well enough
Yeah.
to make a determination about that. But I think it's responsible at least enough to admit it's possible.
I love
The
the
only thing
irony of
that I
go.
wonder that I think is a kind of caveat to the situation is what do you do when okay, sovereign borders are being threatened anywhere else in the world, fine,
Except
but
here.
yeah, right. And you also kind of had something to do with the sovereign borders being threatened, right? Like, what's the obligation there? Because it seems like
Yeah.
you could at least argue by omission that there's been a kind of permission granted to do this sort of thing. I mean, you could say there's a clear projection of weakness, obviously, but then there's also just the open statements of, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world if that border that line was crossed and troops went in. There's a difference between that and full scale takeover. Like, well, what are you doing? That's like that's an invitation for war, and that's something straight out of the president's. I mean, like, so what happens then? If something happens, then it seems like you at least you have at least your actions have something to do with the chain of causes there. Um, so I think it's
Yeah.
possible that maybe it's not the case that there's a interest of the United States at stake, but the United States might have an obligation to do something because it kind of precipitated the situation at bare minimum in the first place.
I think that, like, all right, so yeah, you would have an argument, I would think, on lines like that. Yeah.
I
Like
don't. I mean, I'm not entirely sure about that, but I think that that's arguable at least.
that's why I'm granting your hypothetical. Like, if it were true that, if it were true that we had something to do with this, then I think you would have a decent argument then that we should probably do something.
Which, yeah, I think that's arguable too, that we've had something to do with it. But I was listening to you guys' stream from last week about the Trinity, and I mean, yeah, good for you guys taking taking that on.
Yeah, it only took us like an hour to get to the bottom of the mystery of the Trinity. So
Okay, but one thing that I was confused on, um, that I think it's true. It's a true theological statement, but it's not the principle by which you'd understand the procession. Is when you guys were talking about the Holy Spirit, and you said, okay, you have the Father, and then you have the Son who proceeds from the Father according to an intellectual procession, and then you have love that's between them, and that's the Holy Spirit. Okay, well, yes, yeah, the Holy Spirit is the love between them, but the manner of understanding the procession is that you have an intellectual procession, right? And if you have an intellectual procession, you also have a voluntary procession, right? And the Holy Spirit, which is the term of the voluntary procession, right?
Yeah, that's right.
He's the term of a procession, a distinct term of a procession, which makes him a new person, or a distinct person, I should say, right?
Yes.
You don't look at the same one procession and see this aspect about it and say, okay, this is why you reason to a third person here. It's not from looking at least that's the tendency of the conversation that I was getting, and I just it's like
I'll take that.
He's the term of a new procession, right?
Yeah.
And whether that procession is a really distinct new procession, or just a rationally distinct procession, and that's wouldn't result in a new person, is a matter of revelation. Right? You need to see whether you need to be told that this procession is a real procession and a distinct one from this one, which is also a real and a distinct one, which means that the terms of each of these processions are persons or real persons, and they're not the same one.
Yeah.
Right?
I'll take that. I think last time though we were really trying to focus on just what the term relation and just trying to figure out how that connected to the notion of person. But I could see that. But the other two guys that were here, they're not here.
Yeah, I just get annoyed because I hear that a lot, and I think it's
that is the common mode of like teenage catechetical explanation.
Right. Yes. The Holy Spirit is the love between the Father.
Yeah. But I think, not that that's wrong, but I think to the way that you phrased it, love, though, it has to be connected to the procession of a voluntary procession.
Right.
That's what it expresses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
No, that's right. I'll take that.
All right. Sweet.
Are we
All right.
waiting for the others for the Suarez question?
We don't have to. You guys know metaphysics better than I do, and so we can. Yeah, I don't mind talking about that. Waiting. I haven't heard back from them either. I've been texted. I still have like that group with them just from our roommate days. So, all day long we've been talking about Missa Est and high schoolers and other shit, but it's now I need them here and where are they? But all right. So
wait, I was gonna grab a whiskey.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, well, I'll wait for you. Do you have excellent whiskey?
I do have different, but also good.
Well, let me grab something too.
All righty. All right. What you got there, Pete?
I was just checking this this book.
Father Crean. Love that guy.
Yeah, me too. Just looking at what it says on the Ite Missa Est.
That would be good. See, I should have taken this opportunity to get me a refill. This is just bad time. This is mismanagement of time resources.
So let's see. So St. John Fisher, interesting. Just as the ceremony of the Paschal Lamb, no simple matter, was called the phase, which means the crossing, so the ceremony of consecrating the Eucharist is called Missa, the sending.
Mm-hmm.
Some suppose that the word means sending out, since the catechumens used to be sent out. The priest began the consecration of sacred mysteries. Others claim that the word means ascending down, since the living victim is sent down to us from heaven by the Father. Others again have supposed Missa to mean sending across. Prayers and oblations sent across from the people through the priest. Others think it comes from sending back. It's when it is done, people are sent back to their homes. So there's a lot of this. Here are different options.
Mm-hmm.
So Durandus, though, says, by saying this, the deacon represents what was said to the apostles, this Jesus who is taken up from you into heaven. Oh, and Bellarmine, do you have what he says about, so at Advent and Lent, why it's different?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he says that here too.
Was that here or was it later? Yeah, this is why in certain masses Ite Missa Est is not said, but rather Benedicamus Domino, and Micrologus gives the reason. In festival masses, the people always come to the masses, and so at the end, the dismissal is announced publicly, while on ferial days, not very many come, except for clergy and monks, for whom it is not said go, rather they are invited to remain in the praises of God.
That does seem a little funny, though, to make a different dismissal based on how many people are there.
Yeah, that is not a strong argument to me.
Well, it's not just. Well, can you read that last part again? The monks and
yeah, he says so. Not very many come. So he's in big festival days, everybody comes to mass. So you say go, you're to dismiss. But in ferial days, not very many come, except for the clergy and the monks, for whom it is not said go. Rather, they are invited to remain in the praises of God. Right. So the Benedicamus Domino.
Okay. So yeah, isn't the argument then not just based off of the number,
people,
but the nature of the person?
People.
Yeah, the nature of the person who's there.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
Still, there are certain solemn masses which the people go to, and still, Ite Missa Est is not said, but Benedicamus Domino, as in the Sundays of Advent and Lent. But this is to show only the penitential season. I do not know why it is penitential if the public dismissal is not announced, but each one leaves of his own accord. I really do love Bellarmine, but this isn't grabbing me. I'll say that. I don't really see the force.
Well, I've never really been convinced by any account of Ite Missa Est, I guess.
I mean, the grammatical construction gets me, but
it's weird. Yeah.
Well, Pete, wouldn't you say like Missa Est could be it's a third person feminine perfect passive, right? And the antecedent would have to be feminine. And I don't know what the antecedent would be. Like you could use Missa Est for it has been sent, it being a feminine antecedent. Now, I don't know what, like sacrificium wouldn't work. Joe pointed out that hostia is feminine, and maybe there's something there, but the antecedent would have to be feminine. But
there's a lot. I think that you could hostia, holocausta.
Mm-hmm.
You could say oblatio for the offering.
Is that oblatio is feminine?
Yeah. Oh. Most of those words that end in eo are feminine sort of abstract.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. That io, I wasn't thinking io. And I think too later, because I thought the very fact that the missa evolves into its own proper noun, the mass, the missa, missae, and so on. I think I mean that shows that the connotation or what that term signifies is the sacrificial act. Like the send, like what's being sent is the liturgical act, the offering of the representation of Christ offered to the Father. That's what's being sent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'd be really weird to call it by the name of.
Yeah, I'm going to the dismissal, guys. I'll see y'all later. Right? Like I'm not.
Right. It's just, yeah, that would be very strange.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely the term seems to have been used all over the place. So, but
I think it was also in this book that I came across that interesting thing that no one seems to have ever heard of, where St. Albert, I think, says you're always supposed to have an odd number of collects because even numbers are divisible, and therefore, sort of like the devil who divides the church.
Oh my gosh.
I gotta find it. Okay, I gotta find it.
I love the way like the ancients and the medievals thought about stuff like that.
Yeah. It sounds almost like Pythagorean, like the numbers have power. No, St. Albert, the number of collects said should be uneven, 1, 3, 5, or 7, but no more. For even numbers are based on the number of 2, and 2 is a departure from unity. That is why, according to Augustine, when God created the world, he did not bless the works of the second day, even though he blessed the works of all the other days. And so it is said that God loves uneven numbers. And the footnote points out that that's from Virgil.
God loves uneven numbers.
Because God detests division in all matters. Again, Christ, giving us our Father, taught us 7 petitions that explicitly ask for all that is necessary. That is why we should not offer more than 7 collects, which would be a lot. 7 collects. To do this would be to speak too much, which would cause weariness.
Oh my gosh. I don't know what I think about that. Seriously, I mean, you could. I mean, there's so many significant even numbered things that you could say. Well, what about this? Right? I mean, 4 cardinal virtues, 10 commandments.
Or evangelists.
12 apostles.
12, yeah. 12 apostles.
40 days.
8 beatitudes. I mean,
beatitudes.
Yeah. I don't quite buy it.
I've always, it's always interesting to read, but whenever like numerology comes up, I always, it's always interesting to read, but I don't know how much I lean into it. Like I was
two
like,
processions.
the other day I was reading, it was a while back, but I was reading, it was Thomas's commentary. Actually, it was through Bellarmine I started looking at it, because Bellarmine stays away from the numerological, but I went back to Thomas's commentary. After the resurrection, when the apostles, is it John's gospel? And they see Christ on the shore, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is after the resurrection. Christ is on the shore waiting for them. And they cast their nets over the right side, because there it's explicit. Prior to the resurrection, that incident, it's not said which side the net is cast over. Nor is it said at the first time prior to the resurrection how many fish are caught. But after the resurrection, it explicitly says that they caught 153 fish. And Thomas, just awesome, he's like, well, the reason they caught 153 fish is because, so this is after the resurrection, they're coming to meet Christ on the shore, right, which he talks about, of meeting him in heaven, meeting him on the shores of eternal life. And one does not get there except by following the 10 commandments with the 7-fold gifts of the Holy Spirit, which is a total of 17. And if you add all of the cardinal numbers, 1 plus 2 plus 3 up to 17, you get 153. And so they caught 153 fish.
Are you kidding me?
This is Thomas's reading of that passage. And it's like, that is some awesome math right there. But,
Wow. How long did it take to figure that out?
I know.
Thomas is going through like all the, like, how many things can I add up to get to 153 here? And
I was gonna say, I was like, what's significant 153? 153 Hail Marys in a rosary?
153 Hail Marys in a rosary.
I mean,
that's
neat. Yeah.
But he doesn't mention that. I would have.
That's the only thing that I could really think
That
of.
was the reason I went to go look there, because I was like, I wonder if being a Dominican, he would mention the 153 salutations of the Rosary, but he doesn't. He talks about the 10 Commandments and the sevenfold gift of the Holy Spirit, and 17 successively added is 153. And it's like, just like, damn.
Maybe that's why there are that many Hail Marys in the Rosary.
Maybe so. He does put a second reading to that passage of it says, oh, what was it? It's like, if you, oh my goodness. He ended up, it was a Trinitarian thing. Somehow he got to 50. And then he's like, and if you triple it for the three persons of the Blessed Trinity, you get to 150. And then you add 3 more for the 3 persons, and that gets you 153. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah, I just the whole numerology thing is, like I said, it's always fun to read, but I don't know how hard I would lean into it.
Well, I do think that there is significance to
I'm
some
sure
of that,
there is.
obviously.
Yeah, I'm not disputing it. I'm just saying when it comes to an interpretation, though, I'm just wary.
Yeah, well, I mean, and based off of the natural, or not natural, but the divine intention of the manipulation of numbers to signify things in that spiritual sense, the church also adapts and reacts in the same way, right? I mean, so 40 is an easy example, right? It's because of whatever the first sequence of purgation was, that was 40. That's the number that's used throughout the whole. I mean, I think it's Noah is the first instance of the 40. Maybe
the reigning of the 40 days and nights of the rain in the ark.
But then the church kind of adopts the same thing. It's like the number of times that Christ appeared to the apostles after the resurrection. I forget what exactly the number is, but that's the number of that's the same number of times that the priest turns to face the people in the mass. Like for every time at mass, whether it's Dominus Vobiscum or the Ecce Agnus Dei or whatever. That it's the same.
Out.
It's
I think
the same
that's about
number.
7.
I think it's 7 too. That's a number that's sticking out in my mind. But he appeared that many times to the apostles, and then Christ, who is otherwise hidden, right after the resurrection, appears in the person of the priest 7 times during the mass. His face is actually present to you. So
and like you said, there are clearly connections that the church has drawn out. Whether or not that's why they caught 153 fish is not something I'm gonna.
Yeah, well, if St.
stake
Thomas says it,
on.
I'm willing to at least consider it.
Oh, definitely. Sure. All right. So Suarez.
Yeah.
So I was thinking more about, just because I kind of want to understand where Suarez trips up on this, because I've started reading the first, this guy Shane Duarte, I guess, has been he's translating the first 4 disputations for CUA, and so this one was just published. I got it at ACPA for 40% off. It was great. The only thing I hate about this translation, because it's got the Latin and English side by side, which is pretty cool. I hate the translation because this guy has made a conscientious choice that every time Suarez uses, as his standard, the third person, just masculine, to refer to an indefinite person, she, her, translated, and it's no, yeah. Yeah. It's nope, massive points, removal of 2 letter grades. But anyway, but that aside, the first one, though, is just on the nature of metaphysics. It's been really good, if for no other reason than Suarez is awesome about giving you the state of the question. The first part of the disputation is on the subject of metaphysical science. And he goes through 6 or 7 different opinions, and who says them, the arguments they give for why this is so. And then he refutes each one of them in turn, and then gives, of course, that metaphysics is the ends in quantum ends.
Mhm.
Although he says, firstly, that it's the ends in quantum ends reale, and I don't know if that's significant or not. But regardless. So he's good for just having like that state of the question, sort of, here's what here's what everyone is saying on this question, and let's go through it point by point. So it's a great collection, collation, to have all those things in one spot. So it's helpful having that, just even for that reason. But okay, so the whole nominalist thing. I don't have the disputation where he really goes into this. It's like disputations 5 and 6, which I've not found in English. But the article on Suarez here, on the, oh my goodness, what is this? The internet? No. Whatever the Plato.Stanford one is.
Stanford.
Stanford Encyclopedia. Yeah, goodness, brain for it. Anyway, I think the guy I think Chris Shields wrote this one. But anyway, so he kind of goes through these couple of paragraphs about where he kind of tries to distinguish Suarez's nominalism, the consideration of universals, because he does talk about, these things, right? That those things which are denominated as universals, they truly exist, right? They truly exist in things, or in reality, right? As it's put here. Okay, but he's obviously very much a nominalist. So how do you reconcile these two things? And at the end of the day, there's one thing I want to talk about this, and then I want to talk more about the act potency distinction. But where was it? So this concept of a formal unity, right, which he talks more about here. Okay. In all real things, there is a formal unity per se, belonging to each essence or nature. And again, disputation 6 is on formal unity, and I don't have that. So every individual is not only one in number, but one in essence, right? And that this is distinguished by reason, right? So there's no, as it says, so there's no world-given distinction between something's existing as this or that kind of individual, that this is an act of reason, right? Which again, I see the nominalism, but I still don't get, how do you avoid, even if you're predicating something, right? The predication between, what does he say here? I think he gives, it's like between Paula and Peter or whatever. Yeah, there it is. Between Peter and Paula, this common predication is rightly made. So it derives from the fact that, according to Suarez, there is an objective similarity between them. And it's a similarity that is not imposed by the mind. Like Suarez doesn't appear to be like a pure nominalist, right? This isn't something the mind imposes on reality, but that the mind apprehends this common predicate. It's just not a real thing between them. And I can't understand that. Right?
Couldn't you just ask further, is the similarity real?
Yeah, I guess that's that question, right? So
what does the similarity consist?
Yeah. So yeah. Directly. So it follows from these considerations that although some individuals may be on the part of the thing or on the part of the individual, right, they're formally one apart from the thinking of the mind. Nevertheless, several individuals which are said to be of the same nature are not one thing with the true unity which is in the things, but only either by way of being grounded or through the intellect. It follows, secondly, that it is one thing to speak of formal unity and another to speak of the community or the commonality of this unity. For unity in things, as has been, the unity is in things, and Suarez says earlier that it's something incommunicable. Community, properly and strictly, is not in things. For no unity which exists in things is common. Which similarity is not properly a unity, as it does not represent the undividedness of the entities on which it's based, but only their congruence or their relation or their coexistence with one another. Right? So he wants the universal is a real thing for Suarez, but it's a real thing that results from the act of the mind in apprehending an objective similarity between two individuals, but then I don't all right. Because I get on the one hand, right? I think we're agreed that universals do not subsist, right? We're pretty clear on that, right? The only things that exist outside the mind are individuals, right?
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's what Suarez is really kind of hinging on. And so what I think he's calling a universal that really exists in reality, or that truly exists in reality, is produced by the mind's apprehension of similarity between these individuals. I think without having the disputation in front of me, I want to ask first, is that kind of what he's saying? And then I'd like to figure out what's wrong with that. Because we do talk about I want to ask later what the universal in fact is, but that's actually connected to the essence existence thing. I don't want to go there yet. But we would say, right, like, so first we would say that we abstract that so between Peter and Paula, right, they actually do share something in common that the mind abstracts from them, right? So the universal is an ens rationis. It is a being of reason. It's something that exists in the mind, but it's something about Peter and Paula that my mind has abstracted from their individuality. Yes?
Yeah. So, I mean, if it's in the mind by abstraction, then it's in something else to be abstracted, right?
Yes.
So that's what you have to admit, right? If you're talking about,
that's what I don't understand. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you.
So you have a nature in a thing, right? And that nature, as such, is universal, and it's in the thing individually, right?
It's been individuated by that thing's matter. Yeah, it's
right.
in that thing individually. Gotcha.
Right, and it's well, you can even say it for things that are not material too, right? Angels have natures that are individual too.
Yeah,
but their what?
I don't know if their case is a little bit different, just because each individual also exhausts all of its species.
Yeah,
like there's a genus. I don't even know if you can say that there's a genus. I don't think you can. That there's a genus angel, and there are these differentiations of species.
No, not strictly speaking. No.
Yeah. So I don't know that you could say there's nothing universal, is there, that we grasp from all of the angels individually?
Not univocally, no. What all I'm saying is that
I just think it's more problematic than thinking of natural things, but I don't want to derail the thing. Continue your point.
Okay, so coming into the mind, you have something universal, right? And that thing that's universal came from something outside the mind, right?
Yeah.
The mind is it's like the agent intellect is kind of like peeling layers, right? Taking away everything that's not generic about the thing, right? That's not essential about the thing, and then leaving you only with that nature, right? That essence, right?
Yep.
And that's what comes into the mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you think about the things, right, in a generic way, right? So if you're considering the nature, right, there's something that comes out of the mind too, right? Like the mind, something has come into the mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you have a thought, when you think about something, right, there's a procession in your mind, right? There's a procession going out, right?
You mean in denominating or in something else?
Just in thinking, right? Whenever you consider, just have the first act of the mind.
Okay, I got you.
Right.
Those acts of the mind. Got you.
Right, the first act of the mind. There's something going out, which depends on what's come in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that thing that goes out is universal too, right? It's a universal nature, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's the same one that's come in,
I
right?
was going to say it would have to be if it's based on that, just that active apprehension.
But if you're having a thought about the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then the thought, if it's a thought, then there has to be a procession in the mind. And if there's a procession, then you have the mind as one term of the procession, and
Mhm.
whatever the thought is as the other term of the procession, right?
Mhm.
So you have mind and thought, right?
Mhm.
And the thought, if it's from the thing that you're thinking about, which was abstracted universally, then that term of the procession is also universal, right?
Mhm.
But we give it a different name, right? In When it comes in on its way in, we call it an intelligible species, right? And then on its way out, we give it a different name. The term of the procession of thought, we call it a concept, right? So
Yeah. Yeah.
that's all I'm saying. I mean,
Okay.
um,
I'm with you.
I get the part from Suarez where he talks about the mind producing something, like you have a universal from the mind.
Mhm.
That's the only thing that I can think of that would in any way kind of relate to what's being said there.
Mhm.
Not that I agree with his word, but yeah, your mind is the source of something universal. But it's only a source in a derived way, right? So it takes something universal, and then it produces something universal too,
Mhm.
right?
Is that saying
So
something different than? See,
yeah, because
the centrality seems to be this concept of formal unity, which I really don't. Again, I don't have that disputation in front of me, so I don't really know what he means by a things. It was kind of talking about
formal
something up
unity.
here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't really know what he specifically means by it, but what I understand, what comes to mind um, in this text is that if you have a nature, um,
this.
and you have parts of a nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, then those parts have to be together to constitute a whole nature, right? Take rationality and will and body and passion and what all that's like. All those stuff those are distinct things. Have to
Yeah.
be a part of the same nature. They have to constitute one thing, right? And the way that's united is through a formal unity, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a unity. It's a kind of thing that what makes reason and body part of the same nature is formal unity.
Yeah, I think that vaguely seems to. That sounds. I mean, first of all, that sounds right to me. That doesn't sound entirely different from what Suarez is saying here. About the thing's formal unity is to be one essentially. Right? Formal unity distinguished from singularity by reason, and individual unity does not belong to some common essence by itself. Something must be added, namely formal unity. That is to say, nothing is a human being, say, merely in virtue of its being one. That one must have, in addition, some definite formal character, namely being human, or whatever, being this. The claim that something is a unity tells us nothing determinate about the individual beyond that it's just one. By contrast, formal unity takes us directly to an essence without any addition, even by reason.
Okay.
So kind of what was given us so much trouble during comps was like, so when you get to the question, when Suarez does talk about essence and existence and why he wants to say in finite things, they're the same. I mean, he has a point, at least on this respect, I think, right? So Jake, for you, Jake, being you can't be without being Jake, right? For you, being and being Jake are the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's why he wants to say that then in finite things, your essence and your existence are the same, because you can't be without the being you. Being and being Jake are the same thing in you.
Okay.
But I know, on the other hand, that essence and existence have to be distinct in finite creatures. So,
Well, I mean, okay, so that's kind of Aristotle kind of makes an argument like that, but he's not making the same conclusion, right? He says, for living things, to be or to live is to be.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But to be is one kind of perfection, and to live is a different kind of perfection. It's a different formal perfection, right? But just because they coincide for living things, right, that doesn't mean that the formal perfection of being is the same as the formal perfection of living.
Yeah, that's true. But I think so. Like you can. This takes us out of the individual, but like something can be without being alive, right? Like a rock exists and a rock is not alive, but for a living thing,
right?
Even though those are rationally distinct, and this is maybe, I think this is what Suarez might say, is that those are rationally distinct perfections, but in the thing, it can't be alive without being, and a living thing can't be without being alive, and those perfections are the same in the thing, and they're rationally distinct, I think is what he's saying.
Okay, so Suarez is saying,
being, I think I'm
go.
No. I was going to say, I think that's what he's saying, but rather than being truly distinct in the thing, they're the same
the essence
in the
and the
thing.
existence.
Yeah. I think for definitely he says that in this Disputation 30-31. Yeah, they're not distinct in the thing; they're rationally distinct in our mind when we understand something. Right. So when I look at a living thing, I distinguish, as you just did, between those perfections of being and being alive. But in a tree, those two things are the same for it because it cannot do the one without the other.
Okay. Well, what do you say to the objection then that if being and living for a thing is the same reality, and well, it's okay. So I guess I'm having trouble threading the needle here because I think some of it is right. So I mean, the soul is like
this was a mind bender for comps. Joe and I stayed up, I think, like all night, a couple of nights, like trying to work through this because it's and Suarez is a good thinker. I have to hand him that. He might not be right, but he's definitely detailed.
So I mean, like the soul is the same reality responsible for both, right? Okay. It's responsible for the being of the thing and the living of the thing, right? I feel like I'm misunderstanding what Suarez is saying,
because and I'm probably doing a poor job of presenting it too. I'm not.
My counter argument just seems a little too simple. But what I'm thinking is, if he thinks that they're reducible to the same reality, the essence and the existence, then why are things able to be destroyed while their natures can still? Well, it's
well, but I think it's the what he does say. What I do remember in 31 about that, not that it's not the to say that essence and existence are the same in the thing isn't to say that the thing's essence is to be. That would be like, well, then that would be open to the argument that what about them being destroyed. It's that that when the thing ceases to be, its essence ceases to be. That's his kind of thing. So like Jake, you so to be and to be Jake, for you, they're the same thing.
Okay. Yeah.
When you stop, Jake, there's when you stop existing, there's also no more Jakeness. Not your Jakeness. It's done.
Right. Yeah, I think that's fine.
But I think that's his. But then your essence and existence, they come into being, they go out of being, kind of like mutually dependent on each other. I don't know if I can phrase it that way. If
Well,
that's
I mean,
an accurate presentation of his thought, but
I guess just what I'm thinking is that every generic perfection and every specific perfection is simultaneous with one another, right?
yeah,
Like, well, when the man stops living, the animal stops living too, right?
mm-hmm.
And when the animal stops living, the body the living body stops living, being a living body too, right?
Yeah.
Like you can just keep going and going, right?
But that's, I think, but everything that it is, its essence ceases when its existence ceases. That's Suarez's point.
Yeah, the essence of that thing.
Yes. Then that's why I said,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but I think that's what he's saying, though.
Okay.
I don't know. I might have to go.
So
like
Suarez got something right.
No, because I want to think that this is wrong. Like in everything that is not God, its essence and existence has to be not just rationally distinct, but really distinct, right?
Just
the
way that potency and act are distinct. Maybe.
So I guess this is true. Can I want to maybe then, all right, if I can move into the essence, I wanted maybe essence and existence distinction real quick, and then the act potency distinction, what I was thinking about that, because this is kind of Suarez. I'm going to simplify it, but this was, Pete, did you read this for your comps? Did you do Suarez? All right. You should chime in a little bit here. I know you've been strangely silent. I'm sure you have a grasp of this probably much better than I do.
Pete's just waiting to silently
I know.
kill.
Yeah. He's going to like sneak out of the shadows, slit my throat, and then retreat back into the silence of,
You're just waiting for us to say
he's waiting for that moment to strike and be like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It's like, well, if you guys think that, then let me just demonstrate to you why you have the IQ of a cold day in Russia. So, like, well, damn it. Why did I
hang my head, sulk out of the room? So to oversimplify, I think this was how Joe and I would talk about it to each other. So like in the question on finite things, their essence and existence. So Suarez does raise that question. All right. So he's like, all right, Thomists, if your essence and existence are really distinct, then he's like, what is your essence prior to coming into exist? Like, where is it? What is it? Like it can't be anything, because if it doesn't exist, it's nothing.
Right. And, well, yeah, but that's part of his thing with potency being simply non-being.
Does he hold that potency is non-being?
He distinguishes between objective and subjective potency,
mm-hmm.
and says that, objective potency is simply nothing, because you're simply saying there is an active power that can bring something about, and there's no subject for the potency. It's simply in the intention or the mind of the agent. So God can create out of nothing. So all these things are in objective potency. That doesn't mean they have any being whatsoever outside of God. They're just, he could create them. That's just a sort of logical thing. But then subjective potency, for a thing to have that, it needs to already actually exist. So essence is either objective potency, in which case it doesn't exist at all, mm-hmm. or it's subjective potency, which means the thing already exists that has that essence, or the essence has its own existence, and it's just sitting there waiting to receive existential existence, which doesn't make any sense. So therefore essence is not anything different than existence itself, because it's just nothing apart from it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds right. Or at least, yeah, that sounds like Suarez.
That's how I remember his argument going.
Yeah, that sounds very familiar.
But it seems to me though that you can say, well, I grant that essence doesn't exist apart from existence, but when they're together, I can still see one of them being potential to the other.
Yeah.
It's,
Couldn't you
yeah.
make the same argument about matter and form?
Well,
Like,
what does he say about matter and form?
see, I didn't read Suarez for comps because my year of comps was the last one before it got revamped.
Yep.
I slid
Well, no,
slid under and I was
used the old
I'm
list
gonna
too.
I'm gonna do Deconic and
I used
just the
the old
first part of Deconic.
I used the old list.
Mr. Dr.
wasn't
Fincher's like,
revamped.
wait, yeah, okay. and then when I get into my comps defense, he's like, so you read the whole thing, right? It's like, no, we talked about just doing the first part. He's like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna redo this question. Then it's like, yeah, you redo that question.
Yeah, you do that. You redo the question.
Yeah. It was anyway. So I'm kind of approaching Suarez blind, except for the Suarez that I read in Osborne's Essence and Existence class.
You probably read Disputation 31.
Part of it.
Or part of it.
Yeah, probably. I do remember the distinction between the objective and the subjective potency. And I think I actually have Suarez here somewhere.
I'm starting to collect him.
But yeah, at least you can just without remembering what he's saying before, you can make the same claim about matter and form, right? It's like, well, you don't see matter on its own. Matter on its own is nothing, and same with form. Form on its own is nothing, right? Not a thing. So they're really just the same thing. Then you could just say that.
I do remember, and Osborne in the tutorial about this, I remember this was Osborne's point, was that it's because Suarez messes up what act and potency means. He messes up all the matter, form, essence, existence, all the other expressions of that distinction, because he doesn't get potency.
Right.
He kind of, like Pete says, like either potency is either nothing, or it's something that's in act, right? And
if you don't see
wherever it is,
if you don't see that there's
Pete's going to get Suarez. I have him. He's back. I see it on the shelf there. But
what color is that? Is that an orange book?
it's blue. Fine.
Blue.
Hang on.
Anyway, because I seem to remember he said something that was kind of offensive about matter and form, like God could just create matter.
Oh, okay. So that's
Just
a
have it sitting
hardcover.
there without form.
Okay.
Sorry, Pete. What'd you say?
I was going to say, I seem to remember Suarez saying something like, oh, God could just create matter if he wanted and just have it sitting there and with no form. So it has being.
Yeah, this is the Norman Wells translation.
Right. Yeah, that's fine as well.
Yeah, I have that book, Pete. That one.
See the paper. Yeah, this was a hardback I got from some Iowa State University library.
I'm pretty sure that is just this, but someone just slapped.
Oh, well, see, they were selling it. So
that's not like a publisher's hardcover. That's a aftermarket, souped up.
But this doesn't have the Latin in it like my nice CUA press one.
It would be nice to have the Latin. I mean, to the extent that reading Suarez is
nice.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't say stupid shit like the philosopher and she.
She, a philosopher.
Unheard of.
Ridiculous.
Right, if you can find it, Pete, I've got it in front of me. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll raise my question about potency after we kind of talked about this. Because yeah, it seems like he's just like, you're prior to coming into being, what is Jakeness? Where is it? What is it? Like it either exists but it can't be if your essence stands in potency to existence. It's like, or it's just nothing, but then you have the something doesn't come from nothing problem.
Yeah. So I mean, there's just the denial, right, of potency being a kind of middle between being and non-being, right?
Doesn't Thomas or Aristotle, somebody, it's kind of a middle, but it's a division of being. It's clearly, potency is not nothing.
Right. Potency is not pure nothingness. Right?
Yeah.
And because to purely be nothing is not equivalent to not being real, right?
What?
So
Purely being nothing.
To be pure nothing
That
is different than to not be real.
Okay.
Or actual.
Okay. I was gonna say, I don't know, there are a couple of things by real. Maybe.
I was just thinking of, so on the bottom of 148, he's talking about matter, and he says, it is denied that matter, properly speaking, receives existence by means of form. But just as it is immediately created, so it immediately receives existence, although dependently on form. Isn't that weird?
Yep.
So, in that way in which it is supposed, it is supposed as existent, because it is supposed as created and outside its efficient cause, and this is to exist.
Mm-hmm.
So it exists. It doesn't get existence from form, but it can't exist without form.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, this seems to, what's her face in the colloquium. I sat in on one of the colloquium for the potential job aspects last week. Dr. Fisher was talking about how some of the late, before Suarez, after Thomas, like the Occam and the other dude? Oh my goodness. Who's the other Franciscan that messes up everything? Scotus.
Scotus
Oh.
Francisco?
Yeah. But that both of them kind of say that, potency or pure prime matter has to have some sort of act in its own right. Like it has to be, whereas Thomas and Aristotle talk about prime matter as being pure potency, they're like, no, prime matter has to have some sort of act on its own for some of but the Suarez kind of echoes that idea here, right? That matter does not get its existence from form, but it can't exist without form. It just kind of has some existence in its own right.
And he says sort of parallel about forms.
Mm-hmm.
That an accidental form has its own proper existential being, which it imparts to a subject when it informs it.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it would be nothing at all, and so we wouldn't even be talking about it.
Yeah, that's the kind of like reductio that he keeps coming back to repeatedly in this question. He's like, if it's really separate from existence, then it's like, well, then what is it? What is it? What would it be? Why are we, like, we wouldn't even be talking about it because it's nothing.
Right.
So Pete, can you, I'm not sure if I'm getting it, and I'm too lazy to get it. But is Suarez?
I could use a refill if you want to go grab it.
No.
It's not that worth getting.
No. So is Suarez's is Suarez's argument that matter is a subject of creation, or can be a subject of creation, and insofar as it's a subject of creation, it must therefore be the subject of its own active existence apart from form.
Well, yeah, although he adds the word immediately, at least here, says, just as matter is immediately created, so it immediately receives existence, although dependently on form. So I'm not sure what that adds, but yeah, it seems to me basically God creates matter, and that means he makes matter to be.
Mm-hmm.
And that means matter's existence comes from God, not from form. Something like that. I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah. I see.
Even in terms of creation, though, right? Isn't kind of what Suarez is drawing on the fact that, like, when God creates from nothing and there is nothing, he doesn't make prime matter and then stuff. God makes the stuff, right?
Yeah, he makes things.
That supposes prime matter. So it's like God creates prime matter, but it's in the context of like actually making things.
Yeah, like
Right.
he doesn't create color
Yeah.
Right.
and then pour it into stuff.
Yeah.
Like he creates prime matter kind of like in the context of making designated matter.
Or making things with
Or isn't just things. He makes things.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm thinking of it more on the material side, but yeah. He makes things. And I wonder, like, I kind of think that's what Suarez is maybe, I don't know if that's what he's thinking or if that's what he's relying on.
I feel like he would do better if he thought that.
Maybe, yeah. You know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. So maybe this is the shortest question that as I was thinking through all of this stuff. So when we talk about universals, and I think Thomas says this in the question on ideas. What is it, like question 15 or something like that? It's early on in the Prima, right? When we talk about universals, then, like what we talk about as universals, because they don't actually subsist, no universal exists. Do we mean
On
like,
its own?
Yeah, on its right. Yeah, there's no, like man, right? There are men that exist, right? Man does not exist, right? Except as an idea in the divine mind. Yes, isn't that what we? And then that common nature is as it exists in our minds and as shared, but that's because it comes from the divine mind, right?
Well,
God makes things with this idea. Individual things with this idea that he has, like a carpenter makes chairs out of this idea. God makes men or everything.
Well, could you say something like, just like, number in one sense doesn't exist until I count some things, so too man as a common or universal nature doesn't exist until I consider many men sharing in one universal nature.
Really? If there were a bunch of if God had only created a bunch of Douglas fir trees, and there were nobody to consider all of the individual fir trees, wouldn't there still be Douglas fir treeness?
I'm thinking of Aristotle's distinction of the numbering number and the numbered number.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know, but I don't know if that's the same thing.
Well, I was trying to make the comparison and say that the basis for the universality exists even apart from considering that actual act of abstraction or universal consideration. Just like the numerable things exist without the numeration.
Yeah, but that's I think the numerable things, they don't share something in common like number until it's understood by a mind. But I think like men share something in common, whether that's understood by anyone or not.
So
the commonality comes from, it's the mind that perceives the commonality. I guess, like, what do you mean by?
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think. I guess what I'm trying to say is like, if you removed humanity, right? If there were only nothing, again, let's just take Christmas trees or rocks. I don't really care, right? If God had only made those things, there would still be, like, rock is a universal, right? There would still be some nature that every created rock shares, but it's the idea that's in the divine mind.
So I think that's the distinction that you just made at the end is the operative one. So you you wouldn't use the term universal because that signifies a grouping together,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
But if you just talk about nature
Yeah.
or form or that exists, that exists whether there's a perceiver or not.
Mhm.
It's true that those natures
That's what
are
I'm asking
universal,
about. Yeah.
right?
That's what I'm asking about.
But to use the term universal, you're loading in as part of that notion the kind of grouping together activity that a mind that it requires a mind,
Yeah.
right? So I think that's
Well,
where the confusion's coming from.
I was going to say, I think so. That almost sounds like a little bit of when, Suarez is trying to talk about, because I think Suarez does this. He's like, the universal is the product of the mind grasping this commonality. But the commonality, I think even Suarez wants to reduce back to the divine mind. Like I think that's what he wants to say. Like, so prior to Jake existing, Jakeness exists only in the divine mind. Prior to your coming into being.
But
Well, that last part, that's fine.
yeah, but I mean, for Suarez, there is also no humanity, but we would say there's other human beings before Jake comes into existence.
Well, I think Suarez would say, yeah, there's being human, and that's what's objectively predicated among all of these human beings. But yeah, I think he would, the problem comes into his, I think, wanting to say that isn't actually anything that we share in common. And we would want to say that that's most definitely a nature that we share in common. But that nature is reducible back to the divine mind, right?
Yes, I think
Yeah,
I don't think that's objectionable.
Yeah, I want to say
whatever I have,
yeah,
is the same thing that you have, believe it or not.
Yes.
And those same things are reducible to the idea of that thing in God's own mind.
Yeah, that I think is right.
He's taking the thing from his mind, and it is a template. I think that's even the language that St. Thomas uses in question 15. Like it's an artist as an artist to
That's
his
exactly
template, and he's just applying this distinctly individually in different members of created things. So I have reason, you have reason. It's the same reality. It's the same kind of reality in me and you, and it comes from this thing in himself that he's applying distinctly to different members of the same kind. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I think that's because in reading this and trying to think, I'm also trying to resolve because I think that's what I've thought is that questions like the universals or like, well, what are universals? I think at the end of the day, whatever you have to say that they're reducible to the template in the divine mind. Like that's the universal, and I've grasped it, I've abstracted it from by the divine art. It's being put into all of these individual things.
Well, I mean, are you using the term universal because you're already loading divine mind into the picture?
Maybe I'm working towards it backwards. That what I have grasped, what I've abstracted from all of these individuals as something truly common, a nature that all of them share, what this nature is, it's not a product of my mind.
Yeah,
it's something that
you're not causing this.
I've not caused it. It's something that I've understood from all of these particulars. But since the only thing that exists are particulars, this commonality that I'm apprehending has been put into them by the divine artist.
Yeah. So the only thing that I want to
commonality, I guess, ultimately then resides in the divine mind. I think that's I think I'm going up that way.
Okay, so yeah, I think I just want to add the caveat, and I think I see where Suarez deviates from St. Thomas's mode of thinking. You see things, right? And when you see things, you know you don't cause the things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Suarez is making a claim that the things that you see, you cause, right?
No, he doesn't.
He's not making that claim, right?
No. No.
Where I think so, this is a point of departure right here. You see things, you don't cause the things, but the things that you see are common,
Mhm.
and the commonality, that's something that you do cause. Like I think that's the point of departure. It's like, okay, there's a thing there and a thing there, and you see them to be common, and therefore you're kind of causing the commonality to exist.
Yeah, I
And
don't know if
that's
exactly
that
what Suarez is claiming or not, but
well, it seems to kind of come out in the language. I'm not exactly sure. Like I said, I'm not.
yeah.
You're more recent with Suarez than I am, but I think he's
Mhm.
saying that you cause the commonality, the very commonality of the things that you see that you don't cause. You do cause that commonality. Like
Mhm.
the universality of the thing comes from you, because you're making them to be. You see them to be common, and therefore you make them to be common.
Yeah.
And that's where I can't be on board. I'm like, the
Yeah.
commonality is there to be seen,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's not something that you bring about, right?
Right.
It is
That
brought
might-
about
yeah.
by you, right?
Yeah, but you're
Because
not caused.
it takes
You're
a
like,
mind,
yeah.
but you don't make that to be common, right? You
Yeah.
just see that they're common.
And
that's the
you're
difference.
right. That might be so, as he says, right? So, yeah, universals in reality are not separate from singulars. These things or natures that we denominate universals were not really separated from singular things, since everything which exists is singular and individual. That's fine. So this is back to the author. His position then is that only individuals exist, but that a collection of individual human things can be regarded as having a common nature. Right? But this is just to say that a universal predicate is a human is applied equally and rightly to Peter and Paula by a discerning mind, but that is not to say that there is a universal in which they equally partake. I know that kind of seems to be like what you're saying, Jake. Like, so we would want to say, we would want to say that we're actually recognizing something that is truly common. That,
Yeah,
but we don't
that commonality
cause
is there, right?
Yeah,
It's
the commonality.
It's there. It's there whether you're noticing it or not.
Yeah,
right. It's
Seems
you're
like
not just
Suarez
applying a name that fits equally well, but there's something there in virtue of which the name fits equally well that you're noticing. Right.
Yeah, and it seems he wants to say that it's just this, that there's some sort of singularity between them, but that the mind grasps, but isn't actually shared between them. It's really that's really weird.
So yeah, I think that the confusion again. I think it really comes down to when you're using the term universal, right? Is there a universal in me? Yeah, there is potentially, because there's a nature in me actually, and that nature can be abstracted from me and stripped of its individuality.
Yeah,
and whatever is left there is a universal reality. That thing that's left is universal, right?
Yeah.
But if it's the product of the abstraction, right? If it's the thing that's left after the mind has done the work of abstraction, then it is there, right? Right. And that it has to be that way. Otherwise, angels couldn't know, I don't think.
Yeah, that's
You know
got to be
what I
right.
mean?
That's
So-
got to be right. Once you understand then the nature of, like, the intellect can only understand universals. Or things
Right.
abstracted from matter. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have an agent intellect which makes potentially intelligible things actually intelligible, right?
Yes.
But the agent intellect isn't adding anything of itself to the to the thing, right? To the reality that you're observing, right?
That's it. That's it.
But I think that's what Suarez is making a mistake, right?
And that's the thing is what I don't understand is how do you make that mistake? You can't. I don't think you can say like so. The nominalist wants to, and even Suarez isn't a nominalist in this sense, but I'll generalize that like all these things look the same to me, so I'm just going to call them the same thing. But the what reason do I have to predicate the same thing of these similar looking things unless I can say that they're like, in order for me to call them in order for me to say that Jake is human, Peter's human, I actually have to recognize that there really is something common between you.
Okay, but
Not just in my mind, right?
I think it's a to give some credit. St. Thomas does say you wouldn't really have universality without mind in Deente, right? I think he says.
Well, he says that's the thing. There's essence as it exists in an individual. There's essence as it exists in the mind, and then there's essence as it exists like abstracted, like in say.
Yeah.
Right.
Essence considered abstractly, yeah.
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 There's the existence it has in the thing, there's the existence it has in my mind, and then there's like the essence in itself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Considered abstractly.
Right. But he makes the claim, right, that without mind you don't have universality, right? Because it's not in the individual.
Yeah.
Right.
Like that. Yeah.
And
universals do
not
subsist on their own. Yeah.
And it's not the essence considered abstractly isn't a universal thing either, right?
Well, is it not? What do you mean by universal?
He says it's neither individual nor universal, right? Because if it were individual, then there could only be one of the thing that you're talking about. And if there were many, then if they're universal, then there would have to, by definition, be many of the thing that you're talking about.
Yep.
Right. So he says it's so you only have universality with mind, essence considered in the mind, right? So I mean, it's not the most you're not setting Olympic records of long jumping by saying, okay, well, maybe universality comes from the mind then, right? Like maybe the mind produces universality. If you don't have universality without mind, well, maybe the mind produces the universality that only exists with the mind, right? But just because universality doesn't exist apart from the mind doesn't mean that universality only exists because of the mind.
Yeah, that's true. That's right.
Yeah.
And I think that's the mistake.
Yeah. I actually have to duck out, but
alrighty.
It's been good.
Yeah, good to see you, Pete. Joe did say he'll be on in a few minutes.
Okay, well he can supply my absence.
Yeah. He did. He said he fell asleep. He's got to shower real quick. He'll be on. But
Asleep.
all right, well, Pete, yeah, it was good to see you.
All right. Yeah, good to see you, Jake and Phil.
See you next week.
Yeah. Yeah, see you, boys.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Would you mind if I grabbed a refill?
No, go for it.
For a second and
go for it.
The only problem with those $35 cocktails is they take a while to make. Although I gotta say, dude, look at the color on that.
Dang, that is dark.
It's beautiful. Those bourbon soaked cherries really do the. Did you have a black key when we were still in Houston?
A black key?
Black key.
No.
It's like an although you never had. You've missed out. I can't wait till I see you again. I'll make you one of my maple cinnamon old fashions. But it's like an old fashioned, but instead of just bourbon, it's a half bourbon, half rum.
Mm.
And so when you use like Eagle Rare and 12-year-old Flor de Caña, like, and the maple cinnamon simple syrup, like, yeah, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
The maple cinnamon simple syrup, that was a game changer. I can't go back to regular simple syrup after that.
Well, we started substituting simple syrup with maple syrup, right? For our old fashions.
Y'all started doing just the maple instead, yeah. But this was after we had all left, I think.
Okay.
Or it was after you had left. I was on vacation with my folks, and I was at this bar, and it was a maple cinnamon old fashioned. And I went, it was so good. I went down to the bar and I asked the barman how they made it. It's like, and I do, you just some cinnamon sticks and equal parts maple syrup and water, and you just let it simmer for about 25, 30 minutes. And I mean, it leaches out that cinnamon flavor, and you get this maple cinnamon together as a syrup, and you use, oh my goodness. Yeah, I can't go back.
That sounds like it would be especially good on a cold night.
Well, considering it's been like 20 degrees here for the last, couple days, and even
I
snowed
heard
this afternoon.
all my in-laws are
future
experiencing. Yeah. Well,
I'm teasing you, but yeah. Yeah, if they're only about an hour or so from here, then yeah, they actually, if they're south of here, if they're closer to DC, like I think they are, then they actually got hit more snow today than we did.
They were saying earlier this week, my Christine's sister Emily, she works at a barn, and like it was 2 degrees, and her eyelashes were frozen. Like you could see little ice balls at the end of her eyelashes.
Yeah, I'd believe it. At 2 degrees, that actually happens pretty fast.
So that's pretty wild.
I will admit this. For now, everybody will see it. I did slip and fall on the ice today.
Oh, you did?
Oh, I did.
Oh,
I even saw it coming too. I'm not kidding you. My brain went, Phil, don't step there. And then my foot stepped there. And then I saw my foot level with like my face. And then I felt the ground impact. And I was like, ow, that hurt. Like, so I did. I slipped and fell on the ice today.
That's unfortunate.
I kind of like knew it was going to happen at some point, but I shouldn't have been wearing my tennis shoes either. My tennis shoes are like 1,000 years old and they have no tread on them. These were not shoes to wear outside today.
Yeah. Sounds like a mistake.
It definitely was, but yeah, actually, I got to tell you, to be honest, I'm kind of enjoying reading Suarez again. At least here in the beginning, prior to maybe him messing up, like just like the first question on the nature of metaphysics. He's actually really good. Again, not only because he gives the state of the question and just what everyone else has said on this topic, like he's still pretty solid. This is like solid, Aristotle, Thomas, and I do have to say, he's, whatever else you can say about him, I mean, the guy is a very deep and broad thinker.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, I mean, but better than most.
Yeah.
And maybe it's part of the Jesuit in me. That's probably why even if I don't always agree with them, I'd like to be familiar with Suarez and Bellarmine, just because those are like the great Jesuit minds. And I'm, there are days when I would like to remember that, the Jesuits don't always suck.
Yeah, that's true.
They do have some good ones. And so maybe I'd like to be
They
I'd like
produce
to
some
be-
good ones. That's true.
I'd like to be familiar with some of them. So,
Mm.
dude, what you working on right now? What are you reading? You know, outside of the sickness and stuff, like
Oh well.
when you're working on stuff. Or,
Well, kind of casual but deeper thinking is reflections of Father Paul Scalia.
smart dude.
My my brother-in-law to be got me his book for Christmas.
Mm.
So yeah, that's been a that's I
His-
mean he's I didn't even know that Justice Scalia had sired that many children and one of them became a priest until his funeral.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean I knew
I've-
he was a good Catholic guy with a big family, but
I was gonna
I
say
didn't know
known,
there was.
I've known of Father Scalia for a while.
I didn't know until his funeral,
Hmm.
and then I was watching his funeral on YouTube and listening to his homily, and he sort of became a lot more public after that.
Mm. That
And then
that
I started
opening
listening.
line of the sermon for his father's funeral, he crushed that one. I loved it. Like, we're gathered here to, celebrate the life of a very influential figure.
Oh yeah,
So I'm talking, of course, about our Lord Jesus Christ, and you're just like,
yes, yeah,
boom, like, it's like that's how it's done.
yeah,
That's how it's done.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
didn't know
So
he had a
that,
book.
yeah. Well, he has like several, but he has some reflections on here. I'll forward it to you.
Sermons in Times of Crisis. That nothing may be lost.
That nothing may be lost. Yep.
Okay, I see that one. Nice.
Yeah. Reflections on on Catholic doctrine and devotion.
Notion. Yeah, he seems like a really solid priest.
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know if you've been keeping up with Arroyo and the world over, but your Father Sirico Acton Institute? He's been on there pretty recently.
Well, he's retired now, so yeah, I guess he's got time to.
Oh, he doesn't do Acton Institute stuff anymore?
No, this was his last year. He stepped down. Chris, I always forget his last name, but Chris, the co-president, has now stepped up. He's like full-time, just the president. So yeah, Father Sirico is retired from Acton. He's retired from his priestly ministry. So I guess that makes him at least 75. I imagine he'll still be active, but he's not the head of these things anymore. But what I saw also that Arroyo had Kwasniewski on this week.
This week and a couple weeks before that too. Yeah.
So, yeah, he's always got good guys on his show. I don't know if it's because of his job security or whatever else, but he seems unwilling to draw certain conclusions. He'll just let others do it and bring them on his show.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's a sign that he has the conclusions for himself too.
Yeah,
well, I actually met him at a gala, and I talked to him, and yeah, his mind is very much in line with.
Yeah, he seems like a pretty solid guy. I was once on the same plane as him and Mayor Ray Nagin of New Orleans back in the day. I was headed up to DC for the March for Life, and we just happened to all be on the same plane to DC. Now, I imagine Raymond Arroyo was on the flight for the same reason. I can't imagine that Ray Nagin was on the flight for the same reason. But
yeah, it's probably a Democrat.
Well, he is, or was. Well, still is. He's alive, but not the mayor of New Orleans anymore. Yeah, he was probably headed to DC for entirely different reasons.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about, so the act potency thing.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that, because again, this is where Suarez seems to trip up, and I want to make sure that I've got this kind of right. right?
Keep
'Cause, yeah,
going. I still have it.
Yeah, that's fine. So the problem, and so maybe I'll ramble for a second because I haven't thought about this systematically because it seems like, or I'll start here. Garrigou-Lagrange kind of uses a hyphenated, like he talks about like hyphen being in act and being in potency. And he usually talks like that only when he's being really technical. Otherwise, he talks about just act and potency. But I think he does it so to bring out the fact that, like Aristotle talks about, potency is a division of being, right? So
Yes.
potency is not, it's not nothing. It's not pure
Right.
nothingness. It's not non-being. And so Suarez,
Right.
I think, has to be mistaken on that account, or at the very least, even he's bringing it up kind of because he knows that potency can't be nothingness because nothing comes from nothing, and even Suarez has to know that.
Mhm.
So if being and act are synonymous, as I think Thomas implies in that premise of the demonstration on why being and goodness are identical, right? Because something is insofar as it's in act, right? Potency has to be some sort of division of act, or maybe so this was actually how I was thinking about it at the end of the day after I'd had a couple of cups of coffee and I had gone through this a little bit, right? So when I was, all right, what is potency? And it seems like potency does, and I think Lagrange says that potency has to be it is a real capacity, right, to receive some act, right, to receive some form, whether it's a substantial form or an accidental form. A potency must be some quality, right, some capacity to receive said form or said act, right? So therefore, so it's not nothing. And I think that any time you talk about potency per se, I think that's what you have to be talking about is a quality of something, a real capacity of something to receive some form. But what I wonder about is bringing it back to the essence existence distinction then, like my essence, like if quality is only in here in substances or some comparable thing, like what is fillness before it becomes right? And this is kind of Suarez's question on the nature of finite things. Prior to my coming into, if I am a composition of essence and existence, right? Existence over here, then what was this? What was essence? What was fillness? In what did this potency for the reception of existence inhere? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, nothing.
But it can't be nothing, right? Nothing comes from nothing.
Okay. I mean, technically, the potency for fillness, it was in the seed of fill, wasn't it? So I mean, if that's the something from which fillness comes, right? The seeds which come together, that constitute the whole nature, right? So fillness came from that. If you want to be technical,
sperm.
If you're looking for the things, yeah, like neither part is fillness before,
yeah,
right? And then,
well, even then, there's still there's a third party, right? There's the material parts and the sperm and the egg, and then there's rationally infused soul from God, right?
Right.
So I almost want to say then that fillness is more in God prior to it's in the divine mind prior.
It is more in God. It is more in God.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's fine. I think that's fine. I mean, I think St. Thomas goes as far to say this, that the divine ideas are more real than the things outside,
Sure.
right? So if you're kind of hung up on
Well, it's because I'm not only am I enjoying reading Suarez though, but I'm also trying to get at the root of the matter. And
Mhm.
so when you talk about then the act, potency, or essence existence distinction, if potency is some real quality, some real
Mhm.
capacity for the reception of act, and that stands to essence as existence does to act, then in what does that the Phil, my essence to be me, to be Phil,
Mhm.
in what did that inhere? That quality, that capacity for receiving individuated existence, in what did that inhere?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to inhere in anything prior to your existing if you exist simultaneously with the capacity for you to exist, which is what happens,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it's not so just because you have a natural there's a natural priority between the capacity for something and the thing doesn't mean that there's a temporal priority between the capacity for something and the thing, right?
That makes
Um,
sense.
So those two things can be simultaneous,
Mm-hmm.
right? You can exist simultaneously as soon as the capacity for you starts to exist, which I think is what happens. As soon
Yeah.
as you begin, it's just that the capacity for you to exist exists in a fulfilled way when you exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Yeah.
realized
But I think
potency, but
yeah.
it's a potency. It's
Yeah.
realized potency, but a real a potency nonetheless. It's right, like it's a actualized prime matter
Yeah.
is how we talk about things like that. Like, do
Yeah, but I
you
think
have prime matter? I do. I have prime matter. It's prime matter in act, right?
yeah, that's
Does the capacity for Phil to exist? Yeah, it exists in a fulfilled way in me. I mean, or in you. Sorry.
in me,
Um,
yeah.
um. Oh well, look at this. Look at this son of a bitch.
But I think you still, I don't know. I think you can't avoid the going back to the notion of my essence in the divine mind. Like prior to my existing, my essence is in some way in the divine.
Yeah, there's a temp. Yeah, you can even point to a temporal priority there,
Yeah,
but you don't. It doesn't. You don't have to to make
don't have
sense
to
of
for
it. You don't
what?
have to make sense of the question that
Joe
Phil's
just
asked.
like missed the entirety of the conversation. It's like, what are y'all talking about? We've actually been talking about Suarezian nominalism and resolving. And we talked about the whole Missa Est thing. You missed it.
Okay, I'll have to catch the stream, I guess.
That's right. We had a viewer.
Well, wait. Did you like title the video Missa Est or?
And St. Thomas's feast day, whatever. It grabbed a few people. So
Huh.
they've all bounced.
All right.
It's just us right now, but
Yeah, I was kind of
it's all
thrown
about
by
clickbaiting them. You're thrown by what?
I was thrown by the fact that we had somebody chatted in our show.
No.
twice actually.
Wow. What did it say? We have interaction.
Yeah,
Hey, look at that.
And then there was this one I thought was kind of interesting because I mean, ratio is that's the most difficult term in Thomas to translate. What?
As
My one and
it
only
relates
research.
to explain God's unity in light of God's attributes, my one and only research on Aquinas.
It could be a bot too. You know, you never know.
It's Putin. That's
right. It's Putin hacking into our stream here.
Yeah. Well, that's good. We gotta be more clickbaity, I guess. We need like some of those thumbnails.
Well, this is true. I need to title my videos better. But let me see. Our video on the one that I clipped of the divine nature that got like 11 views. So hey.
Gotta start somewhere, Phil.
Gotta start somewhere.
That's right. Yeah. If you go back to like any big YouTube channel and you go back to their very earliest videos, they're always trash. And even like
like, it's garbage.
The
and they always say,
biggest
like,
channels have like no views on their first.
I know.
Their first.
We just need to pick. We need a thumbnail of Julian with like glasses off, going,
dude, where is Julian?
like,
guy's been in our chat all day talking about, sophomores or whatever. We've been talking about Ite Missa Est, and now he's not here.
he's talking about sophomores.
Yeah, we're talking about because today being Thomas's feast day, I actually did want to talk about this because it's Thomas's feast day. I want to talk about this for a second. The importance of St. Thomas for everybody's thinking, and I actually want to shit on a couple of so-called Thomistic scholars, not by name, because we have 11 viewers, but anyway.
Because of well, never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So no, Julian today for his class, his high schoolers,
Right.
gave them a list because like it's in the magisterium, and it's actually more hardcore the further you go back, like from Leo, Pius the Ninth, Pius the 10th, Benedict the 15th. Like these guys are like you. If you teach at a Catholic college or seminary, like you have to teach Thomas. And some of them, I wanted to go back and look at this because some of them are really explicit that it's not the like in post-conciliar world, some of them are like, oh, they just meant you like teach according to Thomas's style, wherein you just gather the best of the thought of your day and like Catholicize it. Like Benedict the 15th is like, no, you need to teach like even like you can't depart even from Thomas's conclusions. Like Thomas is like basically synonymous with Catholic doctrine. Like they're pretty solid about this. So anyway, Julian compiled a list of these magisterial statements and had his students read them today for the Feast of St. Thomas. And let's see, in his own words,
you're live on the internet, so
I know.
Make sure you share the.
I'm pretty sure they just took it as, wow, this guy really likes Aquinas.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and it was like, and one of the students said, well, were you just using today as an excuse to fanboy about Aquinas? And it's like, well, first of all, those two things can be true at the same time because they're not contradictory. I can fanboy about Aquinas, and the church can put him forward as like the guy. Those two things can be true. But it's anyway, and he's not here. I'd actually like to talk to him about that because and in the 1917 Code of Canon Law, not the current edition, but the 17 code was very explicit too. It was
seminary education required a thorough study of St. Thomas.
But it wasn't. But it was like according like his principles and his conclusions. Like it wasn't.
Studying
it wasn't like
what he wrote,
style of Thomas. It was like
it was
you have to study Thomas.
Reading. You had to read St. Thomas.
Yeah.
In order to graduate from a seminary.
Yeah, like your
and it had to be it was formed. The whole course was formed around St. Thomas.
Yeah, your theology formation was the reading of the Summa. Like for Trinitarian theology, like that was the prima pars. Moral theology, the secunda pars. Sacramental theology, tertia pars. Biblical theology, biblical commentaries. Like philosophy, the Aristotelian commentaries. Like it was like here, stuff Thomas down your throat more. Like it was perfect. I wish I could have been back then.
All right, so the obvious question is that it stopped at some point, and I assume that new editions of canon law either made no mention or said something else.
Well, what started to happen was, and this is one of the reasons I love Garrigou-Lagrange. In the last year and a half now that I've been reading him, like so many things are just, I was like, wow, this is cool. And I'm starting to see certain things.
Are you using this as an excuse to fanboy over Garrigou-Lagrange?
Well, like I said, two things can be true at once as long as they're not contradictory, right? No, all right. Because I wish I had pulled this quote because Garrigou-Lagrange does say somewhere, and I think he's spot on, like the first sign of modernism was the departure from St. Thomas. When you had these scholars in like the 1930s, it started earlier than that, but it really came to a head in the 1930s, the 1940s. Some of them, let's say, I know what would be a good example. I wish I had a good example, right? like if you're talking about like salvation outside the church or something like that, and Thomas has like a very clear presentation of like formal unity within the church, like actually being baptized, sacramental life, like being part of the organized and hierarchical church, as did all the other scholastics, right? And Bellarmine kind of develops this a lot. Well, when you have the liberal modernist school of thought that really kind of rejects that notion, right, of outside the church, that there's no salvific element, right? And they wanted to start thinking about elements of salvation or whatever, aspects of salvation in other religions. Here you have this big Thomistic monster standing in their way, right? So this is why, starting really it started a little bit later, the 1940s, when you started to have then the undermining of, you would have people pay lip. So I know one theologian who fits this narrative. He will pay lip service to St. Thomas as like one of our greatest theologians, and then goes on to critique St. Thomas on like the act potency distinction, which is the very foundation for all of Thomas's thought. Like if the act potency distinction fails, then everything in Thomas falls with it. I mean, the matter form distinction of the sacraments, the material formal elements of the moral object. I mean, like if the act potency distinction fails, everything Thomistic fails with it, which would mean Thomas can't be one of our greatest theologians if you're critiquing like the cornerstone of his entire theological system. Right?
Well, they're not looking at it as a system, probably, right? That happens a lot.
Well, that's also problematic, is they don't see it. Well, that's also part of the problem, right? They don't see theology as a systematic science either. Right. They start seeing it as something more poetic, right? Thomism is too dry, it's too arid, it's too disconnected from human experience. We need to be more poetic, we need to be more imaginative, blah, 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 right? So you started this kind of systematic undermining of St. Thomas. And I still don't know the exact historical sequence, but some way or another, that manner of thinking came to be in the majority.
And in the majority when precisely everyone was being taught in the mode of St. Thomas. That's the weird thing, right? I mean,
well, it kind of gives the impression then that it wasn't really being taught properly then. Yeah, I'm even willing to grant that.
So maybe in the, there was a lot of different approaches to Thomas in the revival. So
yes.
I guess
well, we know this, right? There's all the Thomists, right? There's the
right.
existential Thomists and the Aristotelian Thomists and the other Thomists, right? The Gilsonian Thomists or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, I forgot where I was going.
Which of them tend to reject the system? Obviously not the Aristotelian Thomists.
I think they're the only ones. Everybody else doesn't see theology as a science, like an Aristotelian. I don't know of anyone else outside the Aristotomist school.
Gilson probably does, even though he's got his order mixed up.
I don't know that Gilson does.
Yeah, I mean, I can't point you to a text in Gilson, but like just consider Ed Hauser,
well, but this
Gilsonian man that I know, and he's
this
like
is true, and I know a lot of
harps on this more than anyone else I know too.
Well, I know a lot of Gilsonians too, but none of them are theologians. They're all philosophers.
Oh yeah.
Even Hauser's a philosopher.
Yeah.
My friend, Jacobs met him. Jim Jacobs is a philosopher. I don't know none of them are theologians. Right? There are no theologians I know of outside the Aristotom. And I got to be honest, I don't know any theologians right now that think about this like the way I think about this. Like I think St. Thomas thinks about it. I don't know any. I really don't.
Well,
and I can say this partially because, to the point, I'm looking for a theologian to.
Real quick, does Father Sebastian not have a degree in theology?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, that's what I thought. One.
Okay, one. Is he willing to come teach here?
Oh yeah, you're looking.
But that's my point. That's
why'd you say that? He's not a Gilsonian.
No. He's a
theologian. Theologian who follows systematic science.
Who understands systematic scientific theology. Yes. All right. So there's one. Okay.
Any of them?
But there's not a lot of them.
Theology teachers at at Our Lady of Guadalupe.
I'm not willing to commit to that, if I'm being honest.
No freaking way, man.
I'm just saying.
They will all say theology is science.
Sure, that means different things to different people, I think.
It's a
Yeah.
systematic Aristotelian science. They'll all say that.
Okay.
Sure, but in its execution, like all right, when you read St. Thomas's Summa, you can pick up any section you want, right?
Right.
Randomly select a part in the tertia pars, and I guarantee you part of his argument, like not in any random article, but in a lot of places, it'll be like, this depends on, like, as we said in the first part, right? This depends on it is systematic in that fashion, that if what I said in the prima pars fails, then this argument doesn't hold. But if what I said in the prima pars holds, then this is demonstrative.
Yeah, that's just being a science.
Exactly. That's my point.
Well, it's being a classical science.
Yeah.
Modern people might somehow, construe the word differently. I could see somebody modern saying theology is a science and meaning something strange. Like,
sure,
but I go and I do theology and I always test it against the authority of the church or something before I.
Yeah, sure.
Something like that.
No, I mean, like that kind of systematization, like from the proofs of God existence through the divine perfections and the divine nature and the procession of persons, and like this kind of systematic whole, I'm not willing to say that that's actually taught anywhere.
I mean, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I've looked into certain places. There's one place I'm willing to stipulate that maybe it happens. The Aquinas Institute has a master's degree in theology, and I've seen their curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nothing but the Summa, a march through the Summa, Thomas's biblical commentaries, and just church fathers. Like, that's it. And the Summa is done in sequence.
Okay.
Right. And even that's only a master's degree. They don't have a PhD program, which they should. I should talk to that guy. But anyway, why did I get on this? Oh, so thinking about like St. Thomas today, right? I don't know. There's actually a bunch of stuff that I could say, because I really think this is kind of important to maybe get on a soapbox for a second, right? There are too many so-called Thomistic scholars that try to make their career off of like, well, Thomas was wrong on all of these things. Let me show you how modern thought corrects St. Thomas.
Yeah.
There was even, I don't need to put this in the private chat, but I will. That's not how you spell his name. Oh, well, I don't think that's how you spell his name. Anyway, there's this Thomist scholar that we all know and respect, right? Who I just saw published a piece in the ACPQ about Thomas's anthropology. About how, so the paper's divided into these two parts. He's like, in the first part, he goes through Thomas's anthropology and shows that there's this huge lacuna in Thomas's anthropology. And so in the second part, he shows how a modern, well, he doesn't say modern, but like a metaphysics of psychology, neurophysiology, whatever, and that fills the space.
What's the lacuna here?
I didn't read the thing. I was just looking at the abstract.
Just the usual.
Yeah, probably
something about immortality of the soul. Or
well, but it's everybody, even guys that are more or less solid are like, in order for me to have any sort of credibility in modern academia or theology or whatever, like I have to say that Thomas was wrong and that something meaningful has been done since then, which I'm willing to stipulate that meaningful things have been done since then. I'm not willing
That's what I always say.
I'm not willing to stipulate that anything meaningful has been done by saying that Thomas sucks.
Yeah, I think I always tell my students that there's two ways that St. Thomas and Aristotle made mistakes. One, they did not have microscopes, and two, they did not have telescopes.
Yeah,
But,
sure.
but
When
that
it comes
just
to the
affects their
examination of
conclusions,
particulars.
and it does not. Yes, exactly. It just affects particulars.
Yeah, these guys want to say something is wrong in something
Yeah,
is wrong in Thomas's
principles.
in his principles.
Yeah.
And this is, even, and I guess
If Thomas is wrong in principles, then I'm just I'm leaving. Like I'm just doing something else.
Yeah.
Exactly. This is one of the best things. Like, so the thing that brought this out the most for me, reading again, like I said, I've been really getting into Lagrange in the last year and a half, and it's been wonderfully productive. His work, The Thomistic Common Sense, it was just phenomenal. But it starts on this idea of like Thomas and Aristotle, and in fact the entire perennial philosophic tradition. Their philosophy, it's one of being. It starts with the notion of being, reality, things independent from you, and then he starts to show how everything meaningful falls from that, and how you can construct a science from that, and how you can look at reality from that. And then he shifts and is like, modern philosophy, starting with Descartes and everybody since it, starts with the individual and my perception of reality, and he shows how that just fucks everything else up. And even where it doesn't, the most you can say is this is how an individual perceives reality, and you can't say anything scientific about that. You can't say anything about reality based on how an individual perceives reality. And the very fact that he's like, and that's the difference. Like that is the dividing line between pre-modern philosophy and everything after that.
Yeah. That seems right. Yeah.
I think it is. And the fact that now, but now everyone, even the so-called Thomists, are like, I have to grant something to modern thought. And Lagrange is one of the most intransigent. He's like, no, you don't. You don't have to grant squat. And I think he does a pretty decent job of showing why you don't need to grant anything.
Modern thought really has only advanced in matters of particulars.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
Like you said,
So,
like you said, we have microscopes now and we have telescopes now, and that's awesome. And we know stuff because of microscopes and telescopes.
Yeah, I really can't think of anything else. Like the closest thing to a universal that I can think of is something that I'm not sure is true, but is kind of persuasive, and that's Jungian archetypes showing up in works of literature and works of art across human history. At least that's
Is
a
this
very
your
interesting
tragic hero
observation.
stuff again?
Yeah.
Hero of a
Oh
thousand
my gosh.
faces.
Oh, jeez.
I think it's pretty interesting, at least, right? But even if it's true, I don't think it's
Well, but
necessarily
I think
identifying into a universal as much as like, I don't know. It's like as best as psychology and sociology can give you, and it's that, well, there seems to be a high correlation here, right?
sure.
Yeah,
I think Thomas, first of all, I think Thomas already gets that in the treatise on the passions. Like this is like when he talks about, like what love and desire and fear and anger and all of these as a either a desire of a good or an apprehension or what is it, an anxiousness about some evil or what, an impending evil, and whether or not this is difficult to avoid, whatever. And then, but these things do express themselves in particulars.
Yeah.
And those stories have been told, and those stories manage to capture something about what those emotions are. And yeah, they're told through many different particulars, but I think the expression is the same.
It could even be also that sort of thing, even if it's not clearly articulated, was something known to ancient Greek poets and artists, right? Or even great literary authors since then, that there are these universal properties of man that we want to point out through myth, right? So that people can sort of get woke to them.
Right? Exactly, right?
Wait, wonder, right? Wonder would have been the point.
Yeah.
Is not to break this up. Is Julian coming? You guys know?
I haven't heard from him.
Because
Yeah,
I
I
gotta
think-
bounce.
Okay,
You got a
well
bounce?
then, tell me real quick. How did we resolve Ite Missa Est?
Well, I can
We
talk
think
to
it's-
you about that. Yeah.
We didn't.
I thought we
Mm-mm.
did. Or...
Well, no, we did. We just
Yeah.
we think it's just the common sense version reading of it. Of it's talking about the sacrifice being sent.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can read you some Bellarmine when Jake goes, but
Did you read Bellarmine to Jake?
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty
You read-
striking that even he does this.
I have to say I was terribly disappointed, but we can talk about
Yeah,
that
me too.
when Jake goes.
All right.
Well, Jake, yeah,
But-
it was awesome. It was awesome to see you, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Sorry I was
dude.
late.
Yeah, dude, you effed up.
We'll see you next week.
I'm just gonna say it. All right. Listen,
Dude,
Joe,
sometimes
you get
your
it.
body like banks up these hours of needed sleep, and then it just comes
Dude,
to collect. and
let's
then
just say
nothing-
this. All right. If you get invited to the to the wedding, like don't
He said if.
Don't-
You see that?
don't do me dirty and show up 4 hours into the reception, okay? All right. I would love it if you were there on time, if you were if we actually squeeze you in. So
All right, I'll practice more virtue between now and then.
Hold on, I did. I had to scream laugh for a second. That was funny. That
Phil,
was funny.
so you're gonna appreciate this. I've said the story before, but when Chris and I were in the airport and I streamed in,
Yeah.
in the freaking airport because I'm that freaking dedicated.
Yep.
And
Hey, it was hard to
And,
rope you into these things for weeks and weeks.
bullshit.
Now all of a sudden you're here and you're the devoted apostle of the.
I'm an apostle, bro. Okay, I've only been part of this.
No.
I've only been part of this
No,
The
no,
Boys
no,
group
no.
for a week
No,
or something.
Yeah. The boys thing is a new group.
Yeah,
but
there's no
This
history.
is a
behind
new
here,
group.
yeah.
It is a new
Yeah,
group.
just-
It's a group. Let's just be real.
not as
It's a
new
new
as,
group.
as you are new to the group, though. That's just.
Oh, okay. So I'm like, so Christine has a hard time remembering my friends who she hasn't personally met, right?
That's understandable.
And she's like, okay, so which one? Okay, he's Houston. I know that, but which one is he? It's like, oh, you know him. He's the guy that was like, all right. I moved away. He was like, all right, just send me the invite and whatever, I was like, and I said, what are you talking about? He's like, well, you're leaving, so obviously you're gonna get married.
That's right. Yeah.
So,
I
like,
called
oh,
it, dude.
yeah,
I'm
okay,
telling
that-
you. I
that
called it.
guy. She's like,
I
she
called-
knows you by that.
I'm
She knows-
Dude, I'm always like, this never actually happened, but in my mind it would happen. Like, because Jake is that guy. I was like, as soon as he left, I was like, I know he's getting married soon. Like, women just throw themselves at Jake. Sometimes, if I could, I would stand next to Jake to catch the collateral throwing, like,
Get the crumbs off the floor.
Exactly.
Phil, there's gonna be ladies, single ladies at the wedding, man. So
All right.
just come ready
Yeah,
to
well,
impress.
when they come up to you and ask you who that angry drunk guy in the corner is, just let-
Oh, he's
be
actually
gentle.
cool. Don't
Tell,
worry.
yeah.
be
Tell
gentle.
how great he
Be
is.
gentle. Who's that guy in the corner complaining about love sucks? What is that? I'm like, oh, no, it's all right. It's all right.
All right.
All right, dude. I'll send you the
catch you
link
boys later.
for next
All right,
week.
see
Yeah,
ya.
yeah. Take care.
Yeah, I'm the devoted apostle, so I'll see you boys later.
More than this guy. Look at that.
All right. Peace.
See ya. All right.
Dude, is Julian coming or not? Like, he's been talking to him all day. And yesterday, and he's
Dude, maybe he had to sleep too, man. Teaching high schoolers is tiring.
isn't that the truth? Hopefully he's going out with somebody. That's my
Yeah,
dream.
hopefully. That's
That's my dream, is that, he's missing this for a higher cause.
for a woman. Gotta see after a girl.
Yeah. Well, all right. So the first thing, since you just got here, well, the other bottle's over there, but I got to show you this. So today, I was at I was out, and I found. All right. So first of all, there's this. I found a bottle
I've
of
seen
Blanton.
that before. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Blanton's. Yeah.
Dude, I've never seen one of these on a shelf in a store
Oh, really?
ever. Like I'm not kidding. Ever. I've never seen a bottle of this on a shelf in a store, so I bought it. And then I bought 2 bottles of Eagle Rare because it's been at least 3 years, maybe longer, since Eagle Rare has been like, there was that bourbon shortage way back when, and
A bottle shortage too. The liquor store tells me.
well, yeah, whatever it was happened. Eagle Rare disappeared. You could not get it. Even now, I can't find it. So I was at the liquor store today. I'm checking out. I had to get a bottle of bourbon and some stupid rum called Afro Head or whatever because they didn't have Flor de Caña. And I liked the picture on the bottle. It was like this dude with an afro, and I'm like, all right.
Jamaican rum.
Yeah, it was. So I was like,
Wow.
and it was expensive. So I was like, all right, let me try it. I'm checking out, and my eyes wander to the, like how behind the counter they keep the expensive stuff. And I see Eagle Rare, and I was like, I'll take it.
Eagle
I'll
Rare
take
behind
it.
the counter.
Yes. I didn't even ask the price. I was like, I'll take it. Whatever you've got there, give it to me. It's been 3 years.
Which bottle of Eagle Rare is it?
Hold on.
I think I've had their rye. No, I'm thinking of High West.
You've had it. I used to get this all the time.
I've had it. Yeah, I've had that bottle before. Isn't there a few different bottles of Eagle Rare though?
It's a 10-year-old. It's a 10-year-old bourbon. They do have one variation. But no, there aren't really different kinds.
Okay.
So yeah, I've not seen this in years. I didn't even ask the price. Whatever you've got, give it to me. And the bottle of Blanton's. So it ended up being way more, $260.
Yikes.
But dude, I'm telling you, Eagle Rare bourbon and the 12-year-old Flor de Caña with bourbon soaked cherries and the maple cinnamon syrup, like this is a 30. This is a $30 cocktail at least, and it is phenomenal. I'm not even kidding.
I haven't mixed a drink in a while. You're the only guy I drink with still, and it seems like every time I'm on here, I'm like in a rush, so I just grab whatever's there straight. I know.
Well, take your time. Go make a drink if you want.
No, that's okay. I don't even know if I have anything because I just.
Oh, I was gonna say I've really got all night.
What I really like actually, I like drinking cocktails as much as anybody, but I also like being able to invite other people into the. Yeah. Oh yeah,
that's between us. I got all night. So if you want to make something.
Well, I got enough Woodford upstairs for one more, so.
Because I've also got some scotch, which I plan on breaking into later. But
all right, let me go. Well, I'll be back, I guess. There's a couple things, so if we want to. If I can sort of prep your mind, obviously Ite Missa Est, but
we'll talk about that.
There was something else though. I was 1 Pure 3, trying to wrap my head around some strangeness there, about the days of Noah and the spirits in prison and stuff.
Interesting. Okay, I can't claim to know a whole lot about that, but let's look at
it though. There was something else. It seems. Maybe that was it. If not, maybe it'll occur to me when I'm upstairs. So.
All righty, cool.
Be back.
Yeah. Julian,
Oh, hey.
what's up, bro?
Not much. There was a
When did you jump in?
like, I don't know, a minute ago.
All right. Now, to let you in, I was actually having to grab my copy of the Haydock commentary, but
Okay. So you guys are still going? I'm not. I didn't just like.
dude, we're still going.
Okay.
I got all night, as you know. Although I do have to say, you missed first. Well, you missed Pete and Jake.
Yeah.
They was
figured.
here. You missed. We did discuss Ite Missa Est. Although when Joe comes back, we'll get back to that.
Mhm.
And we actually had a pretty good discussion on Suarez's nominalism and the essence, existence, act, potency distinction. That was actually pretty good.
Mm.
Mm.
Nice.
And I was showing. I'm still
That's
so
good.
proud of this, dude. Like I found the Eagle Rare
Yeah.
and the Blantons. Like
Ooh. Yeah.
it cost me almost $300, but I'm not kidding. It was like
Oh,
200. It was
man.
like $260 for 2 bottles of Eagle Rare, and the bottle of Blanton's was like almost $260.
What a Phil move, man. To drop
I haven't-
$300.
I'm telling.
I
I've
dude.
seen a bottle of Eagle Rare on a shelf in like 3 years at least.
Mm. Yeah.
Like when I saw it, I was like, I don't even like whatever you've got, I'll take it. I don't care what
Yeah.
the price is. Give it to me.
Yeah, man.
So,
Well, nice.
dude, how you been? Happy Feast of St. Thomas, sir.
Oh yeah,
That's the
yeah.
other. Maybe now that you're here, I can bring that back up. I was ranting and raving about Thomas and how people shit on him so much,
Yeah.
including so-called Thomist scholars.
Mm.
But now that you're here, maybe I can bring it up again. We can talk about it because you were trying to get your high schoolers to appreciate Thomas, and they don't get it. Joe's back.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Oh, what's up?
It's first old fashioned in a while for me.
Nice.
Yeah, that's nice. I
So
don't
you
have any
don't-
cherries or citrus.
So it's not an old fashioned.
You got to understand. I don't know if you guys are like this, but for me, if everything that I'm sort of doing is for myself, I'm like very content with very little. If I don't have to like live or work for somebody, I just I won't reach very far.
Oh,
But like when I got other people and I'm like, I want this person to know how good a maple old fashioned is, I will make sure I have stuff for maple old fashions every week. But
no, I think it's because I only make stuff for myself. I'm like, it's got to be the best that there can be. Like this, I'm not kidding. This, like, if you ordered this in a bar, Eagle Rare with 12-year-old Flor de Caña, bourbon-soaked cherries, fresh orange bitters, like this is a $30 cocktail at least in a bar. Like
you'd have better ice in a bar. That's the only thing.
I actually do have the ball ice, but I'm actually saving that for the scotch.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
how much detail we can have talk about in your to Phil's question about your question, but
Yeah. I mean, I can. It's. I think we can speak in generalities enough. Just talk about like high schoolers.
Wait, this is
Yeah,
just
yeah.
the placement of St. Thomas, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I
So
can,
just
though,
to.
as a former high school teacher, I can attest to the fact that high schoolers suck.
mine are great, man.
Yeah, you've got some
Yeah.
exceptions then.
Yeah, I do.
Although
Yeah.
to be fair, I did basically teach at what amounted to a public school with a theology department, and it wasn't
Mhm.
even a theology department. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I was pretty pissed with them like immediately after this class, but throughout the rest of the day I asked like a variety of different students because I did this with all my classes, right? And I asked a variety of students from all the classes, and it seems like most students actually understood what I was trying to get at. There was just one particular class that like, and they were, and that they were mostly just trying to like, get a reaction out of me and stuff, and not so much.
That could be.
But when I asked like, certain students, very sincerely, they were like, yeah, you were saying that like the church tells us that we should take Thomas to be like definitive, and they didn't use the word definitive, but but so it was, I think I was less unsuccessful than I thought I was. So that's good.
Yeah, you were pretty despondent in the chat.
Yeah, I was not happy.
Guys, I think I fucked up. I think I fucked up. It's like,
Yeah, that's the way it was like. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's such a like, I feel like I'm sometimes I feel like I'm in an uphill battle.
I know the feeling. Well, first of all, yes, you are, and secondly, I get it.
Yeah. Because this just speaks to the more general topic that we've been sort of touching on, but because it's me, it's sort of it's like it's getting these students who are constantly surrounded by things that are trying to get them to believe the opposite of what I'm trying to say, and it's a tough thing. I'm competing with so many things outside of the classroom, and it's just sometimes I forget that, and it's kind of a tough thing, when it bites me in the ass.
Yeah.
But there was a priest I knew one time who talked about, like, when people asked him, why he didn't make jokes at the beginning of his homily, and he was like, because I've got maybe 15 minutes tops to combat like 7.5 days worth of you getting commercials, internet, newspaper, everything of the words. I don't have time for jokes.
Yeah.
Like,
One could say that the joke helps to sort of prep the people to listen, though.
Yeah, that sounds like something a modernist would say.
It sounds like somebody who understands what it means to live in this world with 24-hour commercials.
Yeah, I got you.
Like me.
But I understand the sentiment. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, we were just talking about this, we weren't talking. I was ranting. Maybe now we can talk. Right before you got here about this very concept I was talking about. So you can see in our private chat, I listed there's this guy, and you can see Jake's response to this guy, which I think is accurate.
I think I actually can't see like
you
past
can't
private chat things.
Anything that was before he joined probably isn't.
Oh, you can't see before you joined? Oh, all right. Well,
hang on.
Right, Joe's got it. Well, anyway, but so it was. Maybe we can talk about this after. So I was ranting about the fact that, like, to your point, yeah, that's what happened. I said the first, and Jake said the latter. So to your point, right? The church, first of all, at least prior to the council, was like stupidly clear that, like, Thomas is the guy.
Yeah,
he's basically synonymous with Catholic doctrine. That you teach according to, like, Thomas's principles and his conclusions, and I think one of the popes even was explicit about, like, even his conclusions. You teach according to Thomas, not his style. Like, what was it? Was it the guy Marie Chenu, Father Chenu? The guy. He was a 1940s scholar, neo-modernist, but very influential. Father Chenu was like, oh no, this just means, like, we teach according to Thomas's style, which is that we gather the best of, like, the thought of our age and we Catholicize it. And that's, so he was like, oh, that's how we teach according to Thomas. We just do that. But no, they're like, you teach Thomas's principles, you teach his conclusions. Like, that's the formation that we want our students to have.
This makes me think of something. Let me go grab a book.
Go for it. I'll rant to Julian while you're going. You've heard this already, so I'll just rant to Julian. And so there are these Thomist scholars, like the guy that I mentioned, whom Jake commented on, who just published an article in the ACPQ, but who does this a lot, actually. He's like, oh, Thomas has this huge defect in this case, the article he just published in Thomas's Anthropology. It's this huge lacuna that Thomas doesn't account for, can't account for, blah, blah, blah. And in the second part of the paper, I established that like a metaphysics of psychology and neurophysiology and blah, blah, and modern thought, that can fill this space, right? But it seems like everyone, even people that consider themselves Thomists, this is the line they have to go down, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're like, I don't want to speak for you guys, but if you're like somebody like me, that it's like, no, like Thomas's principles and Aristotle's principles, these are the best fruit for further exploration. Like modern philosophy, modern thought doesn't do squat.
Yeah.
But if you're like me, well, then no one will take me seriously. No one will publish anything that I write, right? Or if I talk to even other Thomist scholars, they're like, oh, no, but you have to give some space to modern thought, right? And I want to say absolutely the hell not. But most quote-unquote Thomist scholars do, especially in light of post-conciliar thought, where like the primacy of Thomas was completely eroded. Anyway, but I was ranting and raving about that, but maybe now reason can return and we can like talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, have they seen that quote that I quoted in the text conversation, that anyone who departs from the thought of Aquinas has affected ultimately their withdrawal from the church?
Exactly. And I wish I'd pulled that up too, because like as I said in the chat, like Lagrange says almost, he's like the first sign of modernism is the departure from St. Thomas.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, where did you say that? It was great.
Julian, you never looked up Canassus on Aeterni Patris, did you? Or Fides Ratio?
No, I forgot about that.
Yeah. It seemed to affect ultimately their withdrawal from the church. That's absolutely right. I mean, that's absolutely right. But no one, almost nobody, I was ranting about this before you got here, like there are almost no theologians that Joe put forward Father Sebastian. So there's one theologian today that actually advances the thought of St. Thomas as a theologian.
Yeah.
Joe, what you looking at?
So I'm looking for something, but I don't remember what book it was in because I didn't note it as important. But David Toria, in one book I was reading, had some remarks about the school at Paris. It was something to the effect of, and David Toria I think is great. I like reading him, but
was he a Jesuit or a Dominican?
Jesuit. I think. Now you got me doubting.
I thought he was a Jesuit, but I was asking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is. Nope, Dominican. Spanish Roman. Yeah, Dominican.
Shame.
Okay.
All right.
Anyway, he somewhere, it's something I read, somebody was accounting how David Toria criticized Paris as just this grueling disputes among disputes.
That was how they taught.
Really resented it.
That was how they taught there.
Yeah, he didn't teach that way at Salamanca. Well, I'm sure he still wrote in like a disputatio form, like he considers objections and works through the question. But I think what he's talking about was specifically when they would just take a very minutia sort of point and they put a couple guys up and just make them debate it endlessly, right? And he thought this was a fruitless exercise. And I
think you've talked about this before, actually.
If Paris was doing that, I think there could be fruits of that, of course, but perhaps they did it too much. I don't know, but I see at least. I mean, that's early, right? So that's 16th century. People already have a sort of resentment for that kind of approach, and Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's related.
Yeah. So in part, and maybe to connect into it. So I read an article recently that I thought was very good, but it was talking about Catholic education, and it was talking about the comparison between like how something like the University of Paris and Catholic education up until very recently, how we used to teach stuff, as compared to like these so-called great books programs. And the author of the article was like, well, the great books programs arose in response to the decay of Catholic education. And it
I
was
read
like,
that
oh,
article. Yeah,
yeah,
that's
it was
good.
like, yeah, it was like you just kind of like read the sources of Western civilization and you come to your own conclusions and, blah, blah, blah. It was like, no, actually, like at the University of Paris or traditional Catholic education, like you used to have to argue your way to the top. Like you had to learn a science. You had to learn the principles, deduce through conclusions, and you were taught the science, not a hodgepodge of what everybody wrote on a subject. But like you had to learn by arguing, by disputation. And it's like, yeah, that was how they learned at the University of Paris. And it was kind of, and you're right, maybe there was through centuries, maybe there was a kind of decay. Maybe it's inevitable. That it just becomes endless, maybe disputation over minutia or something like that. But I don't know. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up.
I may have found it. Let me skim through this.
Julian, what you think?
Yeah. Well, it just reminds me of like, so like
they were
my school.
nominalists in Paris. They're in David Victoria's age.
Well,
Forgot to mention
honestly,
that.
honestly, even like what we talked about before you guys got here, like Thomas is the outsider. Like nominalism is the historically predominant position.
Mm-hmm.
Like Thomas honestly really is the minority among everybody.
Yeah.
So I'm sure even when Thomas was alive and teaching at Paris, he was probably still the minority over realism and nominalism. What were you saying, Julian? I think we interrupted you.
Well, I was just gonna say it makes me think of how most people, it seems to me, think of, the sort of seminar style of
that arose with the Great Books
doing
program.
class.
Yeah.
Right. Because the impression, or like the sense that I get a lot of the time is that, at least when I hear people talking about the discussion method and the Socratic method, and doing things in a seminar style, is that you're just sort of discussing for the sake of discussing.
Mm-hmm.
That like, you read the book and then maybe you have some questions, but you never really come to answers for those questions.
Yep.
And you can like duke it out with your classmates.
Yep.
But then it never really goes anywhere, and that's okay,
Yep.
Yeah, it's okay. That's the problem.
Right.
That's not
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So the philosophy class I'm teaching right now, it's like, to be honest, it's sort of I've sort of like it is technically a seminar, but I've been lecturing a lot more than I sometimes I feel like I'm supposed to.
Yeah.
But they do. But when they do, and honestly, it's kind of hard to get them to like discuss with each other.
They're bad at it. They don't know how to do it.
Right. There was one really good class that we had though about and it was sort of a miracle that this happened. Because they got into a debate with each other about a topic that was extremely, extremely fundamental, and that is going to be a kind of theme for the rest of the semester, namely whether there is anything between non-being and being.
Good.
because this is something that Plato talks about, right, in the Republic. Of course, Plato doesn't do a ton with it. He just corresponds, ignorance, opinion, and knowledge to them.
Mhm.
But it was kind of funny because it was just like one student was arguing that there isn't anything between non-being and being, and the rest of the class was like, well, first I had to remind them, like, what does Plato say? Is there something between non-being and being? They said, oh, I don't know. And I said, yes, he does. He calls it becoming. They're like, oh, yeah, okay. And then that one kid was like, well, that doesn't really seem to, I don't know. Like, what is that? Is that a, I'm like, yeah, let's keep that question. Don't forget that question. It's a really important question.
Did you write it on the board?
Well, I had like non-being, being, and then becoming in the middle, and I had like all kinds of stuff going on. So, but yeah, it's definitely so. But in any case, so I tend to actually what I've sort of found this week was I found myself sort of like falling into that method of teaching, Joe, that I know you've talked about a lot while we were in Houston, to get kids sort of like excited about the right things, namely teaching as if it were a story.
Yeah.
I know you've talked about that before, because we were covering book 8 this week in the Republic, which is which sort of lends itself to a kind of story, like because he's going through the decline of the city and the new tyranny, right? And he tells it sort of like it's a story.
Yeah.
And they like, and I didn't even mean to do this, but I ended up sort of teaching it as if it were a story, and then and they remembered way more about this than anything else I've talked about so far. Like there was one girl who was able to basically recite everything that I recite, like how a democracy becomes a tyranny in like every detail that I talked about yesterday, almost word for word.
Wow, that's good.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's something,
it was
right?
yeah. But in any case, yeah. So like it's I don't know what happens. Like the teachers just forget that there's a truth at the end of the discussion, that there's like an answer that we're actually
In
trying
the
to get
seminar
to.
style, you mean, or?
Let's say two things.
In the seminar style, yeah.
Well, I think it was the fact that first they forgot that there was a truth to be taught, and then secondly they forgot in what manner it was supposed to be taught. That was the point of the article, Joe. If you and I are reading the same one, that was the point of that article.
Yeah. But something underlying that article, which was arguing that if you just information dump on the kids, you're not really educating them.
Yeah.
Right.
I think something I mentioned earlier is that the seminar style works. Like we're having a seminar here, right? And it works. It has the potential to be productive because we're all trained to be able to have productive conversations. Whereas I think there's a lot of things that get in the way of this, right? If people are emotionally attached to their positions, like Polis and the Gorgias or something, you cannot have a discussion with him. You've got to go on and talk to somebody else. So kids are emotional creatures more than most, and they're some of the
Especially
hardest people
teenagers.
to try to bring them to a state of use of clear reason in the classroom is hard. That's the first thing, and the second thing is they just don't know, unless they've been through a classical trivium and quadrivium. I don't think they have the tools to ask the right questions, right? That like target or I can identify, what do I not understand in this? What do I need to understand in this? To look for and to be able to find what a certain claim depends on, right? That's high level stuff. And I think for an actual seminar, you really need that.
Yeah.
And so I don't think you can have it until you've already been like sort of trained. And so in the training part, if you want to do a seminar that trains to have seminars, probably the teacher just has to do a little bit more than he does at, say, THC senior year.
I think this is the primary reason why, at least customarily, right, undergraduate education has traditionally been lecture. Graduate education has traditionally been seminar. Because it was like, all right, now you've been instructed. Now we can see where you can take, like, where are you going to take this from this point?
Though I think, certainly in my undergraduate formation, I had some lecture classes and a transition to seminar. But of course, the seminar was
but
there was some back and forth,
presupposes but that you've been instructed somehow. Like seminar presupposes that you know something.
Real seminar does, but I'm trying to like find this middle seminar, which is a bridge between the kid who can just be sort of told and the real educated student who can inquire, right, for themselves. So like it's sort of like there's fleeting moments. I'm sure you've seen this in your seminar attempts, Julian. At least I've seen it. There are some fleeting moments where the students are actually wrestling well with the question, right? Where somebody will say something, relevant, related, and not necessarily profound, but at least showing that they understand some point in its significance, and then somebody will disagree, identify a point they disagree, and then they will try to work it out, right? And there's this like moment where it starts to rise up to the level of an actual conversation, and then something happens and it tips off the edge. And then what your job as a teacher is be like, whoop, catch that and bring it right back up, So there's like a training in seminar, I think, that happens somewhere in the middle here.
Yeah, there's certainly a train because it's a doing seminar is, or seminaring, so to speak, is almost itself a kind of art. It seems.
It does take experience to conduct a seminar, I found.
And participate in one.
Yeah. But it also, Phil, you've been talking about how it presupposes training. And I think I would definitely agree, at least to the extent that, like, it requires at least some study of logic, I think. Because, Joe, you were talking about being able to see what a conclusion depends on.
Yeah.
That's something, it, like, a lot of the kids that I'm teaching right now, like, they need to be able to see that conclusions depend on things at all. And logic really brings that out, like, more than any other art. But this is actually something I'm a little bit worried about, because when we transitioned from the Republic to Aristotle, I know going in that they're going to find Aristotle really hard. That's just inevitable. But they also haven't taken logic before. And granted, I'm going to give them, 1 through 10 of the categories. But it's going to be, but going to the categories from the Republic is going to be such a, like a,
Yeah. First,
It's
try to
gonna be
make sure they can
different.
identify a predicate in a sentence first.
Right, yeah. So I plan on doing it like
First
maybe
things first.
one, maybe even 2 days of just like a preface to Aristotle of things they need to know. That it's going to be very different from the Republic. That you're not going to be able to find a story in the categories. As hard as like as hard as you might look. And it's more of and then especially when we look into some of Aristotle's other works and seeing how he writes, it's going to be very different from how anyone else that they're reading right now writes.
Something that might help. I know you're not asking for my advice on this, but something that I try to do in my metaphysics class is I start with Plato too, and then I move to Aristotle. But before I get to the categories, I've at least introduced the problem from of Heraclitus, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they've sort of got a sense of what's at stake if nothing in reality is stable, and then we go looking for substance, right? I don't know if you could get them to think about that question. Ask them the old Heraclitian: if you step into a river twice, is it the same, right?
Yeah.
Ask them if they are the same person they were a second ago.
Yeah.
I don't know where they're at. I always mention to my students that we know better than even Heraclitus did, that at every nanosecond, all of our electrons are in different positions, right? Heraclitus just thought, oh well, something has changed, time at the very least, right? But we could talk about how subatomic particles are moving constantly, how cells are constantly being born and dying in the body and passing through it, right? There's
the material world is permanently in flux.
The ship of Odysseus is related, right? Though it's complicated, and it's maybe that's more of a test after you've gone through the categories, because that relates to art. That's what I always thought it was, right? Odysseus' ship, where you're like, if you take is it Nicias?
Theseus?
Theseus?
Hold on. Ship of Theseus. If it was Odysseus, that'd be great because they love the Odyssey.
I'm just thinking of the one, where.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it the same ship?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Google says it's Theseus. So
shoot.
I don't know.
Well, anyway.
Is that the one where you change the planks out one by one?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Man,
that's harder though than like a basic sort of thing because it relates to art. But
I still don't know how to solve that one.
Well, it relates to art rather than substance, right? But that's a step removed.
You can talk about
right, yeah. But it gets the idea across anyway.
Yeah, I think it might fit better behind the categories though, right? Because it's a challenging question.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, now, so you saw the problem of Heraclitus, and you're like, wow, we need something stable. Here's something stable, but doesn't work. Let's try it out on a boat. And then they're like, shoot, it doesn't work, right? And they panic for a minute, but maybe somebody will. I don't know. It came up in my high school class as an aside, and they became quite passionate about that quite quick, and there was a lot of disagreement. And we haven't even set any sort of preface for that discussion. They were just ready to go as soon as it was laid down. So that could be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll definitely be probably at least one day for sure. I tend to ramble, so it'll probably turn into 2 days. Of just making sure they know like what a predicate is.
Yeah.
What it means to predicate one thing of another. Is there anything specific that you found while teaching undergrads that you found yourself sort of presupposing that that you were sort of had to remind yourself, oh yeah, like they wouldn't know that
they knew anything? See, the thing with me is I get to spend an entire semester on just Plato. And then I get to spend an entire semester just on categories and interpretation and another semester just on the analytics. So see, I can take my time with all this.
To your question, though, the only thing that strikes me over and over again is that they just don't read. They don't read what they're supposed to read. Like my last class, we had a great conversation. We had a conversation about relativism, but there were some arguments that were raised for it. Some people were opposed to it, but nobody was able to give me the arguments from the text. And that's not good seminar. We need to be trying to understand some teacher, right? We need to be trying to study somebody.
The first thing is that I'm not interested in what you think. Let's get through what Plato thought. Like, but that's what
I'm interested in what they think about what Plato thought.
Yeah,
right?
But that's the thing. Like, if you're going to think anything worthwhile, then you have to have worked your way through what intelligent people before you have thought about.
Right. We want to bring them into conversation with history,
that's
not
what makes
just
it
with each other.
That's what makes it productive. If you just off the street, well, what do you think about this? I mean, I don't give a damn what you think.
Right.
Like that's part of the problem.
Yeah. One of my coworkers, he teaches this same set of students in another class, and but he teaches them humanities. And he has this we all of us teachers have like our own taglines, and his is the text reigns supreme, right? Mm-hmm. He loves to repeat that to the students because because they'll love to be like, well, I think that Odysseus was
F what you think.
And he'll be like, is that what Homer says? What does Homer say about that?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, okay. And you gotta go back. And I've had to do that a couple times already,
Are you Aristotle? Then shut the fuck up.
Yeah. What was I gonna say?
The text reigns supreme.
Yeah, text reigns supreme.
And your tagline. I want to know what your tagline is.
Yeah, taglines.
I've actually told you my tagline already, and it's very unlike my coworker's tagline, but it's
St. Thomas is awesome.
It's like, well, actually that actually St. Thomas is freaking awesome might actually be my new tagline, because I very loudly proclaimed it today, because we today being St. Thomas's feast day, the theology teacher brought everyone in after mass, and had a a celebration.
Told them how great he was, and it's great that we know so much more than he did now.
Yeah, that's what it amounts to.
And we sang the Adoro Te Devote, and then our headmaster was there, and he was like, yeah, St. Thomas is I'll just give this one to Mr. Seagum. Mr. Seagum, what do you say about St. Thomas? And I said that he's freaking awesome.
Which is a true statement.
And they all laughed, and it was repeated to me a few times, and but in any case,
I'll place that repeated to you tomorrow in a private closed door meeting.
Yeah. But before that, speaking of things that would be bad to come up in a closed door meeting, my tagline was, I am a sociopath who takes pleasure in your pain.
Oh, yeah.
Which I got directly from Evan Williams.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Except Evan always he tells me stories all the time about how just he always just takes that character to the furthest degree. Students will ask, because students always ask, oh, what'd you do? How was your weekend? What are you gonna do this weekend? Or something like that. And you're not gonna answer that sincerely.
I'll be minding my own business. What about you?
And so, but Evan will be like, oh, just sharpening my katanas. Or a student will come up to him and be like, I'm gonna have to hand this assignment in late. Is it gonna hurt my grade? And Evan will be like, well, it won't. It might hurt your grade a little bit, but what you really want to worry about is your fingers. Totally deadpan face.
That's great. That's quick. I don't know if he thinks about
Yeah.
these lines beforehand.
Yeah,
I mean, these
I don't
are
know.
pretty normal situations to be in. So,
So yeah, he probably does.
Well,
He's
you
got
know,
this
so-
in the can, like ready to go when he.
Yeah.
Which is
But,
great. I've been to Evan's school,
it's-
and I could totally see him doing this.
Oh man, I wish I could. I want to visit Evan's school and just like see how it's. Because his school sort of fascinates me because it's like kind of a Chesterton. Well, it is a Chesterton school, but it's also not kind of. But in any case, that's a different.
It seems like the Chesterton. Yeah, it seems like I think Julian, you might have mentioned this before, but it's like it's a very generic kind of like. Like there
Not
are
as
a lot of
generic as you might be suggesting, though, isn't it? Like, isn't there like
No, they're actually-
there's
there's
things
a
you have
lot
to
of
do, right?
variation between the Chesterton schools that I've seen.
Yeah. Well, Chesterton is actually trying to like,
Decentralized.
they're actually trying to like put their foot down on a lot more things and make it
So
make the
centralized.
Chesterton name a little bit less generic, right?
Yeah, because right now it's pretty generic.
Yeah.
Well, that's probably better. You don't
Yeah, I
want to go
think so.
absolute with it, but
It's better for the brand, at least. Yeah.
well, it's better for the brand, and it's better to not have so much freedom of interpretation that fools can get away with foolery.
Well, it depends if their interpretation
Law
is
is
the
good
right one. But
if it's directed to the
That's
the
right.
end, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if the centralized interpretation is the right one, then sure.
Yeah.
And I'm not commenting on that one way or another. This is just a theoretical thing. Because I would trust Evan with my life. So that's all. I would. Dude's a good, just like I would you guys. Evan's a good guy.
I trust him to make some good gravy and biscuits for sure.
He does do that. I got
Oh man, what a night, dude!
Dude,
me walking into a store with a glass full of whiskey, like,
and nobody said anything because we just walked in like this is entirely appropriate. Wait, you're weird. You're the weird one.
That's
Where's your wisdom?
With slurred words.
To a guy. Now that is not accurate.
Where's
That
your
is-
whiskey and where's the biscuits and gravy?
Now, that is not accurate. My words were not slurred.
I know.
But
You were kind of tailing behind though a little bit.
Wandering around everybody else like, hey, where's the biscuits and gravy? You're like, now to somebody who's from a city that's used to walking around with a glass of whiskey in my hand, yeah, it took me I had to get used to being in uncivilized territory. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, I wonder if Canassus has much good on this because he talks about it every class, as far as I know. His thing, I only took him once, but I heard about a lot of people taking him. Attorney Patris and somebody who had a different reading on Fides et Ratio and where Thomas comes up in there. And yeah, I mean he's not our kind of Thomas, but he's definitely a man of this argument.
Yeah.
I wonder if I just look it up, if I just search for Attorney Patris and Canassus. It wants me to search for Kansas. Oh, here we go. This might be it. Oh, he's an editor here in this book of Thomistic papers. The essays in this volume offer a critique of From Unity to Pluralism, the Internal Evolution of Thomism by Gerald McCool, Jesuit. 12 philosophers in this collection analyze key aspects of McCool's interpretation of Aquinas, which stands opposed to the motivating ideals found in 100 Years of Thomism, Aeterni Patris, and afterwards. Oh, yeah, a symposium published in 1981 to celebrate the, I think that's Canassus's thing, 100 Years of Thomism, Aeterni Patris, and afterwards. University of St. Thomas. Yeah, I think Canassus had his hands all over this.
I got the PDF if you want it.
What? PDF.
Yeah.
Of
That's the
exactly what we're talking
1981,
about?
so a little dated, but
Let's see. I think I can send it.
Yeah, that'd be really nice for me to
of
have.
course, it's all philosophers. I don't
Mhm.
think there's any theologians that. Well, at least it was published by the Center. I guess they could have pulled. They would have been good for them to pull some theology in. I don't know if they did.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's see. I know I've got it.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is something different.
I bet the library has it on ebook.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I know I've got it as a PDF. I'll find it. I'll send it to you guys.
That'd be great.
Somebody's got it for sure.
I've got it. I know I've got it.
What does the X stand for in Knesset's name?
Xavier, Francis Xavier, Jesuit
Hmm.
missionary.
Yeah. Was Francis Xavier the one who went to Japan?
Yep.
Yeah, there's an ebook in the library.
Nice. Is it one of those I can download, or is it like a?
I think you can download this.
But what was the question though? What are we talking about?
Just departures from Thomas
Yeah, the authority.
and dealing with the authority of the church.
Aquinas.
Yeah. Well, that's the
Yeah,
general
yeah.
question as far as I've been able to tell. Like prior to the revision, you had the revision of the Code of Canon Law in 83. But even prior to that, you had the 1960s and 1970s. Prior to the 1940s, the consensus was that like you taught Aristotelian Thomism. Thomas, as informed by Aristotle, a strict science, strict deduction, strict universality. And the deduction, the scientific part of it, allowed for no variation, no doubt of the conclusion. I mean, but that's what a science does, right? And it was pretty rigid. It was pretty strict. Lagrange, I think, does a decent job of showing that you had the modernists who were trying to depart from church teaching. So they had to try and undermine Thomas. So they tried to emphasize, rather than the scientific and the universal, they tried to emphasize the particular, the encounter with God, the poetic, the emotional, like the encounter of the individual with God, so on and so forth. The more imaginative or metaphorical, whatever, anything that was not scientific or deductive. And so, as I mentioned, I think a little while ago, Father Chanu, and the idea of like, so when they taught according to Thomas, it wasn't his principles and conclusions, but his style. The idea of like baptizing whatever is current, contemporary philosophy or whatever, you try to mold that into the Catholic faith. So like they would say, like what Augustine did to Plato and what Thomas did to Aristotle, we have to do with Descartes or Kant or Foucault or Marx or whoever, right? You just have to baptize contemporary philosophy and make it express Catholic truth or whatever. So there was that debate over, do we teach Thomas's principles or conclusions, or do we teach like his style of just of adaptation, like bringing into the church whatever everyone else is talking about and doing? Joe, what you got?
I just was trying to get access to this book because on one page it's making me sign in, and I was skimming through McCool, who the book is sort of responding to. He did a review, and he actually listed who's in the book, which I wasn't able to find yet. And you got an article by McInerney in here. There's also Maurer.
Oh, I don't have a PDF of it. I actually have a physical copy. That's what it is. Hang on.
Robert J. Henley.
Owens as well. Yeah, Henley.
Wow. Y cycle. Back a while. Yeah.
So that could
Actually,
be worth thumbing through.
Yeah. Actually, McInerney, I have this I have this book from Macaroni 2, which doesn't quite get to it at exactly the same thing, but it is still very helpful for the kind of general topic. If you can read that.
Oh yeah,
Thomism
sounds
and
better.
Energy Renewal.
Edited by Victor Brezik.
Yeah, Brezik.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a physical copy, not a PDF. I don't know what I was.
Where'd you get that, Phil?
I have no idea.
It's $135 on Amazon.
I got it for free.
Oh,
I'm
there
telling
you
you,
go.
I did not pay for this. It even it's from the Center for Thomistic Studies. I think I picked this up on the table where they just put stuff.
Yeah, maybe it's from Hitty's Move or something.
Yeah,
Well, anyway.
1981.
Can I now ask about Missa Est,
Oh yeah.
just to finish up?
Oh, sure. Have we settled the placement of Thomas?
I mean, so
I don't think we've. I mean, I can complain about it,
the
but
placement of Thomas. Well, I mean, I don't. I think all we have. I don't know where we're at with that, but I thought where we were at was we just need to find more things for people to look at and read and show that, hey, I'm not just dogmatically asserting this out of my own butt, but this is like a neglected part of our heritage that's doing damage for being neglected, something like that.
Yeah, that's what I don't know. The debate does seem to be between. So you have the strict, the Garrigou-Lagrange school that it's Thomas's principles, Aristotle's principles that are the fruit or that are fruitful for continued conversation and so on. And modern philosophy doesn't get you anywhere. And Thomas and Aristotle can show you why modern philosophy doesn't get you anywhere versus what seems to be everyone that's I think we should let modern philosophy have some sort of say. That seems to be the big discussion. And guys like us are no, you're too rigid. You're not giving enough room for human experience. You're too focused on the universal and not the particular, the individual's encounter with God and so on.
You should just tell them that the particular is virtually contained in the universal.
That's right. When you encounter God, all of humanity encounters God. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, if y'all want to move on, we can move on. Oh, well, did you want to talk about 1 Peter 3?
Let me do Missa Est first,
All right, cool.
just to make sure I know at least where the lines are drawn here. I wish we had more information about older thinkers.
That's why Bellarmine is so helpful. Although
older than Bellarmine, older than Thomas.
No. Bellarmine cites all these church fathers.
You're right. Yeah,
and even that's why Bellarmine. One of the many reasons Bellarmine is helpful is the fact that he cites just so many ancient, medieval, and to him modern authors. But Pete was here earlier. He had a book by Father Crean about the church fathers and the Mass, and he was looking at a couple of things from there. That was cool. But anyway, go ahead. What do you want?
Well, I mean, I guess it seems like the general trend. Find me somebody now. Now I'm looking for somebody who wants to support Thomas on this.
Oh,
does anybody else say that it's about the sending of the sacrifice?
I was going to say, even Bellarmine doesn't want to say it's Thomas is right on this.
He doesn't include any even a mention of that sort of position. He doesn't even want to say it could be both of these things.
Well, that's it. He says other people less probably that the angel sent by God who assists at the sacrifice brings it to God, like Peter.
Oh, he did mention that. Okay.
And St. Thomas, the Tertia Pars, question 83, article 4, the same thing you sent to us. But again, Bellarmine calls that less probably. More probable, he says, is those who would have it that Missa comes from Missio, or the dismissal of the people, so that Missa is the same as Missio. And he actually backs it up. Just as among the ancients, collecta is from collectio. The remissa peccati is from remissio. St. Cyprian uses remissa in the same way. This is the opinion of St. Isidore, Rabanus of Alcuin, Hugh of St. Victor, and other more recent authors admit this etymology. And then he goes on, but not only does it come from missio, it means these 5 things that I texted the picture.
I don't understand that even if it comes from missio, I don't know why it has to be the missio of the people.
Because he says, so he quotes St. Alcuin, that then as Alcuin says, it's ite, go, Missa Est, the missio, you are allowed to leave. You are gone forth.
Yeah, and the problem with that is, as I mentioned,
the construction.
Yeah. Well, because it's in the perfect passive, that suggests that there was already.
It's in the third person perfect passive. It's not even you have been sent. It has been sent.
Or could it be about the sending?
But that would. Yeah, like you could, and yeah, he does, done, and right? Bellarmine does talk about that, like in the, Julian, you said this in a less literal sense, like that it is the dismissal.
Yeah.
And he talks about that. He says, so the First Council of Carthage, Canon 84, uses it in that sense.
And that's old.
St. Ambrose uses it in that sense. St. Augustine uses it in that sense. St. Benedict. But then he goes on to, again, he talks about 5 total uses of the sense of missa, and not all of them are just in the sense of the dismissal. Some of them are in the sense of the entirety of the sacrifice, and in that he cites Pope Leo, Pope Gregory, Pope Felix, the Council of Arles, St. Ambrose again. This is a very varied term.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in one of the little like etymology, my go-to etymology website when I was looking this up last night, said that there's some old English text that that glosses missa in this phrase as the sendness. Let me see if I can find it again. It's kind of weird.
It is the sendness.
Well, it's perfect passive, so wouldn't it be the sendingness has?
I guess the question
it has been the sendingness.
If it's that construction, Missa Est as a perfect passive would just be it has been sent.
Yeah.
If you're talking about Missa on its own, then the Est would be it is the Missa.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's pretty unhelpful. It doesn't really say a whole lot after that. Or even where that
this is if Missa is the name of what we do on Sunday,
well, that's what
it should signify the essence of it.
That's what it became. Which, as I said, that shows that what you connected Missa with wasn't the sending, but the sacrifice.
Right. Yeah.
That's why I think Thomas is right on this, and Bellarmine, I think, has to tripped a little bit.
Well, let's say if Bellarmine is right, do we need to find something prior to the ite that is signifies ascending forth?
But you're right. Even if that were true, there's nothing.
Yeah, I had that stretchy thought though.
But I mean, like, take me through the entirety. Sure, but take me through the entirety of the text of the Mass. There's nothing.
It's not in the words; it'd be in the things.
What things?
The Eucharistic action, right?
You mean this?
No, so like the Jewish Feast of Tabernacles, where God descends onto the Temple Mount and then sort of like comes out into finally all the people out here and then out into the world, right?
So
it'd be like that.
Sure.
So this action of God. All right, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, so Bellarmine does talk. So most try to show the word Missa is Hebrew and actually means the voluntary offering of the word misak in Deuteronomy 16:10. Not only Catholics, but even Melanchthon tries to show this. Okay.
That seems to support Thomas.
Actually, he goes through the rest of it and shows this can't. He actually, I think, shows pretty conclusively that Missa is an exclusively Latin term. It's not Hebrew and it's not Greek.
All right. You're caught on words. Get out of the words for a second. Get to the things with me here. So, in the liturgical action, the priest consumes the Eucharist, right?
Yeah.
And then after consuming the Eucharist is consumed by, like, it's sort of there's the hierarchical descent down finally to the people, right? And
not necessarily. So remember that the people's reception of the Eucharist only became common in the 20th century. This wasn't a normal part of Mass. So much so that actually in the traditional rite, the communion of the people at Mass is actually, it's not in the Roman Missal. You have the rite of communion outside of Mass from the Rituale imposed into the Mass for that point of time. Like the communion of the people isn't a standard thing prior to the 20th century.
all right, but how rare was it actually?
Once a year, twice a
Really?
year. Yeah. Well, by canon law,
I need to read something on that because I
by
have
canon
trouble believing it.
by canon law, once a year.
I know that, right? That's
Well,
the minimum.
well, read was it Therese of Lisieux or Teresa of Avila, I think, in the 16th century, wherever she was, talks about like it was like twice a year tops.
Yeah. Well,
this was not a common thing.
Well, speaking of Therese of Lisieux, even when it had become common, at least for her, she talked very nonchalantly about just not being allowed to go to Mass as a child. I think it was just fairly common and I think the idea was just that they would make a distraction in Mass. But the fact that they didn't see that as any kind of problem at all, right? Because I think she would have been sort of at least probably somewhere around that transition period. And I think some of the older customs still had vestiges probably in her time.
So all I know is that I've heard that peasants at times would go from Mass to Mass to like catch the final blessing. That's the only thing that's the only thing I've heard of that's like in any way suggests that there was not at least frequent reception of the Eucharist. I understand there was not the superabundance of bread available, right? So you can't just give everybody.
It didn't have to do with that. It didn't have to do with like how much bread we had or like for the hosts. It was just
so we had enough of the Eucharist to give to the people, and we didn't offer it to them. That's what you're telling me.
It wasn't that it wasn't offered. It wasn't that it wasn't offered. Communion out. So Alcuin Reid has a lot about this. Father Yu Lang has a lot about this. A couple of other authors, like even in it, like these are both modern. Both of these guys are still living. Like they've written about this. The question wasn't like we had the bread for the hosts. It really was the question of, am I in a worthy state to receive the Eucharist? Like, am I actually, in fact, first of all, have I gone to confession? Am I, in fact, in a state of grace? Which, remember, even Thomas says that you can't really be 100% sure of. But you have to be in a state of grace to go to communion. And so most of the church's history then, maybe not so much in the early church and certainly not so much now, but the vast majority of the middle period, the communion of the laity was not a common thing. That's why that's the reason the ritual for communion outside of Mass developed was because you didn't go to communion at Mass. You specifically went to the priest. It was the abbey, right? The monks. You went for the times of confession. Father heard everybody's confession, and you stayed afterwards. And having just gone to confession, he gives people communion. And so they developed the rite of communion outside of Mass for that purpose. right? It was only later because people didn't go to communion during Mass. That's why it's not in the Missal. And so you kind of just imposed the rite of communion outside of Mass. It just got imposed into the Mass when Pius X in the early 20th century tried to liberalize, the reception of communion among the laity. I'm not saying that was a bad thing. I'm just saying this was how it developed.
Yeah, so then sending the people certainly can't have any sense of, well, the weird thing is I'm not sure how they're like equipped for this missio, like especially if it's in the sense of missio, like mission. If it's not, if it's literally just like, all right, boys, we done. If that's what it means, I cannot believe that Bellarmine's like,
well, I know that's
I'll tell you what it means.
That's what I'm struggling with.
We're done.
Yeah, that's what I'm struggling with, is because Bellarmine.
Maybe it's because the peasants like come in, they like snooze off, and then somebody says, that's like the only thing they know.
I can go now. Well, part of, it is true, and I sent this to you guys. This was part of the text. Like he puts this as the first place, and I'm not sure that you put this as the first place. This isn't the primary meaning. I don't know, but anyway. So the Mass in Bellarmine's time, even still, my missal talks about the Mass of the catechumens and the Mass of the faithful, right? Well, there was a time, right, when the non-faithful, the catechumenate, you could come to the beginning of the Mass, you would hear the readings, you would hear the sermon, and then it was all right, get out, right? Even the Eastern Church still has that. The deacon is like, attend to the doors, everybody who's not worthy, get out. And only the baptized would remain for the rest of the Mass. And this is what Bellarmine talks about. This is Ambrose and St. Augustine when they talk about the Missa Catechumenis, the sending forth of the catechumens, right? Because it was the Mass of the catechumen. It was the sending of the catechumens because they weren't allowed to remain for the rest of the Mass. And then you had the Missa Fidelium, which after that, you had the offering, the sacrifice, and then the sending out of the faithful, right? But that's only the first sense that he talks about the meaning of the word Missa, right? There's 4 others, one of which is the combination of both of them, the sacrifice of the divine liturgy, the readings, the gospel, the sermon, and the offering of the Eucharist, the body and blood of Christ, right? The offering to the Father. And there he cites Ambrose. That's early on, 300s, right? Late 300s. And then Pope Leo, Pope Gregory, Pope Felix, and the Council of Arles. Those are all prior to 500.
Is there any common sense of missa or missio in the sending of the people and the sending of the sacrifice? Because dismissal sounds in the sense of the people, if I'm sending them, it sounds like we've refuted that they're actually being sent on mission, like you've been tasked, especially with the Missa of the catechumens, right? Like that's literally just, you leave now, this is for us, right? So I don't see how any sense of Missa in the terms of dismissal can carry into sacrifice. Like, thank you, angel, your work here is done, carry that off for us, or no, because that's still ascending for a mission, right? That's not like, going back to your, normal tasks, angel, we appreciate you standing by or something. It seems like the angel is being sent with a task, and like the people are not, especially the catechumens. So
I think that's
those are pretty different senses operative, right? It's not even like the same sense, just applying to different things. There's not like this common universal sense of Missa that I can just say, there's this Missa and that Missa and that's Missa, and that's why Missa signifies the essence of what's happening, because
well, like I said, Bellarmine comes down on the side of, and he quotes Alcuin, that ite Missa Est means nothing more than go, you are allowed to leave.
Yeah.
And I don't
That
see
is-
it. I don't see it, especially
If
given
that's the
con-
name of our liturgy, then like that's the most low name we could have come up with.
I'll see you
That's
later,
like-
guys. I'm headed to the dismissal. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna
I gotta leave to go to the dismissal.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that it. I don't see it, especially
either.
because I mentioned in our text, ite being the imperative, that's addressed in the second person
Mhm.
plural. Ite, you go. Missa est, third person, perfect passive. It being sent. It has been sent. Like, you can go now. It's done.
Yeah, that makes so much more sense to me.
I think so, but Bellarmine has to have known. Bellarmine has to
Yes.
have known that. He has to have known that. I refuse to believe he didn't.
Yeah,
But he doesn't bring that up.
but
even
not
in
just
his
Bellarmine
writings.
either, but like all those
Yeah.
early
All these
fathers,
guys
the
that
councils.
spoke Latin. Yeah. Like, they have to have known that.
And Thomas doesn't cite anyone when he talks about this.
I don't think so. Let me double check. Because he's not actually trying to talk about this. The objection is concerning something else.
Thomas is like, no reasonable person would think otherwise. So
Exactly. As you all know,
that's right. Yeah. Like, you know,
Missa uses that to no.
given that all you peasants speak Latin, which I don't know, the 12th century Latin might have still been. Some of the local languages were just coming into being, but Latin was still pretty vernacular at that point.
I don't remember which question was in
83,
79.
Article 4.
Oh, 83. Okay. Yeah.
That's
So the
that's a-
objection was further, just as Christ. Okay, so the question, actually, the article,
Could
whether
you share it? Could you share the screen? You're able to do it?
hang on.
You have it. I'll share it if you
I think I can do this. Share screen.
give it to me.
Sharing screen with two people. Don't show tips again. Share screen.
Give it to me.
Share screen to
Me.
Oh, give it to you? How do I give it to you?
I don't know. Julian managed to do
I've
this a
never
couple
had to
weeks
do
ago.
that.
Oh, here it is.
The one
But-
time I did it.
Oh, no, I'm seeing your screen.
Shoot. How do I stop?
Give me, can you give
Oh, there you go.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness, this is great. Let me see if I can pull it up, and then when Joe gets back, we'll. It was 383 article.
Yeah, I really should have just done it myself. I don't know
Yeah, you
why.
managed. You showed your screen a second. There he is. He got the.
Oh,
I clicked the red X. I was like, surely this red X means stop sharing your screen.
I know, Julia. I
No, I
have
know, there
it.
we
I
go.
have it pulled up, but you need to learn how to do this. So.
You guys
Oh, there it
see
is.
now?
I see it. All right.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So I got two monitors. I clicked the wrong one.
Oh, nice. I only
that's
have-
why it's more complicated.
Technically, I have two. I've got this pulled up on my TV, so I can see the stream on the TV.
Nice.
And now I'm looking at the thing here.
Yeah, two monitors is a game changer.
They do say that if you want to learn how to stream online, you've got to do that.
All right. I mean, it's better just for anything. But
What's
okay,
the,
so
hold on. What's the article called? What's it on?
83.4.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
let me read it. I can boost it up a little bit. Oh no! I hate how Zoom doesn't like just straight up Zoom. All right, here we go.
I got it. Yeah, I can still see it.
I got problems, man.
Dude, at least you're not 5 whiskeys in and things are starting to become blurry.
Does not begin to be in the segment by change of place. So likewise, neither does it cease to be there. Okay.
Yeah, so this is the line. I mean, these are all about,
Mm.
you know,
Yeah,
things that
different
the priest
things that
is
are said.
praying or being said.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah, that's in the
question this is about,
offertory.
right? Yep. I mean, it sounds like here's a very clear indication of somebody being sent off, right?
Yeah. It's in the offertory.
All right. All the way down.
Ad nonam.
It's a
What
little
is
bit long. So it's really down here. This is what I've been reading, and you can see. And from this, the master derives its name. You know, it's a side point
Mhm.
or supporting argument.
Yeah, because the priest sends his prayers up to. I mean, that's
It's the
entirely
more
friggin'
known,
right.
right? It's the more known here for Thomas.
Yes,
Yeah.
like this is
through the
entirely
angel,
right.
He sends his prayers to God.
Ad nonum.
People,
Ah.
as the people do through the priest.
Do I need to scroll down for you? I'm not sure. Where are you reading?
We're seeing what you're seeing, so
Where else? Because
Yeah, but
Christ
I just can't fit the whole thing at once.
no, it's fine. I was just reading the bottom paragraph.
Okay.
from this the mass derives its name because that's good.
Or because
Yeah, the priest sends his prayers to God. I mean, that's entirely right.
Christ is the victim.
But then he does go on, as the people do, or else. That's it. So this is where Bellarmine comes into, right? Or else. So this is a secondarily, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or else because Christ the victim is sent to
Well. Like. Okay. So our English guy adds quotes here.
Yeah, according on the festival days. Well, what's the Latin?
Whence, in the end
Yeah.
at the end of Mass, diaconus. The deacon.
On festival days.
Licentiat. What is that?
Pleases?
Licentiat.
I mean, literally licenses the people. Frees the people.
Licentiat the people. Yeah.
Frees the people, saying, go, Missa Est.
Yeah. So he is not playing on words here like the English. Do.
Authorize. No, well, according to my dictionary, licenziare, to authorize, permit, or dismiss.
Yeah.
So it's not that far off.
But it's not a play on words, right? There is. The Catechism wants to use missio, right? And Thomas does not do that. He knows that word, and he didn't use it.
Awesome.
Right? Bellarmine does too, but
we might say allows.
Missio?
Yeah, but he does the play on the missio. I just read it.
At the end of Mass, the deacon allows the people on festival days, saying Ite Missa Est, namely the host to God through the angel, such that namely,
it's accepted by God.
Yeah.
And again, even in the secondary sense, Thomas kind of reduces it back to that first sense, which again I think is entirely right. Bellarmine stumbles on his Jesuit cassock here.
Though I'll say it again. There's more than Bellarmine that's doing this, right? If
this is true,
he's reading all these other.
He cites a frick ton of church fathers. But okay, so all appeals to authority aside, this still comes back to the grammatic construction for me. Ite, like you guys, get out. Missa est. Like consummata est. Like if he had said consummata est, right? It is finished. It's still a feminine, perfect passive. Something's been done. Something's been sent. Like you guys, ite, get out, comma, Missa Est. That's a construction by itself.
Mm-hmm.
It has been.
Well, there would have been no comma, before, right?
Dude, with at
Missa
least
Est is a construction.
Aside from that, at least with the invention of the printing press, Bellarmine would have been dealing with a comma.
Okay.
Maybe not Thomas, and even him. There are some like the handwritten missals from the 9th century have commas in them.
Well, anyway, it just sounds so crazy. That's first of all that the name of the mass would be so.
Then there's that. The very fact that Missa developed into its own noun. Like I said this in the chat, that's just evident that you connected this to the sacrifice, not the sending.
Unless there was somehow an understanding of sending present in the
But it was okay, fine. But it was ascending to God. It was ascending of our prayers, not you guys. I'm sending you out into the world. That was not what this meant.
Yeah, my best take on that was the sort of trickle down grace theory. And,
that you could draw out. That's not excluded by this, but it's not the primary meaning.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's interesting, and it's enough for me to talk to my kids about. For sure. It sounds like
just tell them to go forth and glorify the Lord by their lives, and I think that'll get the idea across.
I love that. Bellarmine comes to that too. So like in the Latin, and like you guys that talk about in the I know. Okay, so y'all haven't seen the Novus Ordo missal, but there's only Ite Missa Est. It's only in English and some of the other vernaculars where there's all these other things. But I love Bellarmine actually cites. He's like, yeah, the Greeks talk about, and so let me see if I pull this up. It was okay. So this is the very end of the book. You can see where I am.
Mm-hmm.
Then it follows Ite Missa Est. The Greeks use such a dismissal, but with the words, let us go in the peace of Christ, to which the people respond, in the name of the Lord, as is clear from the liturgy of St. James and St. Basil and St. Chrysostom. Hence, Ite Missa Est, as Alcuin rightly teaches, means nothing other than go, you are allowed to leave. This was the quote I gave you all in the chat. So he's deriving it, is actually from Bellarmine's argument, it seems to me, reduces back to the Greeks use, you guys can go now. Bellarmine reasons from that to, well, in Latin, this must mean the same thing. And that's not a strong argument to me. I love Bellarmine and I love the Jesuits, but this doesn't hold water with me.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what my kids say. Sometimes they know things that I don't know, so maybe they'll have a sense of this, or at least I don't know.
They don't know more than Bellarmine knows. I promise that.
They
Especially,
might.
I'm sorry, with all of this stuff about the Lutherans and Hebrew and Greek and all of the different ways that
it matters in particulars, perhaps.
Fathers and the medievals use this term, they don't know more than that. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, the other thing was 1 Peter 3.
Let's talk about it. I'm ready to go. I'm a little drunk.
All right. So 1 Peter 3 is a weird thing, man.
Do any of you guys have the Haydock commentary? I have it as a
Right
3-volume set, but yeah, some people have it as a 1-volume.
Mine's 2 volumes.
I have it's Old Testament, New Testament, and a dictionary.
Oh, I didn't know there was a dictionary. I don't have that book.
Yeah, it's a 3-volume.
Oh, actually, I mean, I know we're moving on to another topic, but does the Baltimore Catechism say anything about Ite Missa Est?
Dude, I can rant about the Baltimore Catechism. I do not understand why it is so praised. That book is for elementary school.
Yeah.
But it is like I'm tutoring a new high schooler now, and his curriculum, right, which is from 10 books or something. That's his thing. They're reading Baltimore Catechism. I always thought, because of how recommended this book is, that there's at least some depth in it, but it is the most basic articulation of the most basic parts of the faith. I'm not impressed, and I'll never use it.
To you.
No, as a matter of fact, this is get out of the subjectivity, man. We're talking about the universal here. With modernism out of here, man.
I will completely stipulate your point. I think the reason the Baltimore Catechism did become like the Trinity Supreme, which actually I'll take this moment to plug that on Mediatrix Press, there is the Catechism of St. Robert Bellarmine. There is the Catechism of St. Thomas Aquinas, which actually is friggin' phenomenal. Both of those, I think, are better than the Baltimore Catechism. But the reason I think the Baltimore Catechism became so popular in the Trinity world is because those were the last catechisms published before everything went to shit.
Yes. Okay. Can I?
Go for it.
it's just like classical education in the great book sense.
Hey,
They're like they're looking
I'm not
back and
disagreeing.
they don't know what the form of their education is, so they just find the
Yeah.
matter and try to work with that as if that's going to somehow recapture it.
Yeah.
All right.
No, you're totally right. Let me hold on. I want to. First of all, I do. Hold on. There's too many things. Yeah, I don't think I'm doxing myself. There's two things I want to share, just because we had viewers earlier, so that was awesome. First, I do want to talk. So there is the Catechism of Robert Bellarmine, which what is it in paperback? $20, right? On the Holy Sacrifice of the Mass that I was talking about earlier for paperback, $24, I think is totally worth it. But you can find this one. It's the Catechism. It goes through the Creed, all that good stuff. The same way. Same thing. Actually, the one I will recommend even more is this one, the Aquinas Catechism. Again, Thomas goes through the Creed. He goes through, I think.
Is that just his commentary on the Creed?
It's his commentary on the Creed. It's
The
also
Our
his
Father and a Hail Mary or something?
and the Hail Mary. And I think it's phenomenal.
Why would I get that book when it's online?
Fine. Well, this is just where I found it, like Google searching.
Oh, okay.
Like it's you can.
Yeah,
find
it's on Isidore. I've been pulling it.
Yeah, sure.
I like
point,
the commentary on the Creed a lot, except that it doesn't really talk about sacraments. There's like one paragraph on each.
Obviously, it's the Creed, right?
Yeah.
But
so it's not a catechism, is the point, right?
It depends on what you mean by catechism.
Yeah. But what I mean is one that covers the Creed, sacraments, and morals the way people would understand to be like a fundamental theology course.
Well, then, right. Then you can't beat the Catechism of the Council of Trent.
Yeah, probably not.
All right. Well, in evidence of this fact, the Catechism of the Council of Trent was the document I used to finally convince you, Joe, that saying "Oh my God" was a sin against the Second Commandment. Right? Like this was the Catechism of the Council of Trent is where it's at.
Oh. Well,
but anyway, my point is that all of those other
pretty
things
good. It had better arguments than you did.
Yeah, it did totally. It's just
got you.
Totally. I will I was totally relying on the catechism here for this, right? Because I can't do it. I need the Catechism of the Council of Trent to convince these heathens that you cannot take the name of the Lord in vain, right?
Nice one, Joe. Yeah.
But my point, at least at the very, very basics, Joe, is you're right. The Baltimore Catechism is only as popular as it is because it was the last thing published before everything went like tits up.
Yep. All right. Well, anyway, that was a short side rant. So 1 Peter 3.
Yeah.
So, I'm looking at the old verse 18 and following.
Well, I was going to say verses 20 and following, but I'll start with
I'll just give you a little setup, right?
Yeah.
So, because Christ also died once for our sins, the just for the unjust, that he might offer us to God, being put to death indeed. That's very interesting, isn't it? Being offer us to God, being put to death indeed in the flesh, but enlivened in the spirit, in which also coming he preached to those spirits that were in prison, which had been sometime incredulous, when they waited for the patience of God in the days of Noah, when the ark was a building. When the ark was a building. All right. Wherein a few, that is 8 souls, were saved by water. This is a note, I guess, on spirits who are in prison. And this is basically my question. So there's 2 things we know about these spirits. They are disobedient or unfaithful and in prison. Right? Spirits are in prison. See here a proof of a third place or middle state of souls for these spirits in prison whom Christ went to preach after his death. We're not in heaven.
Commentary.
Yeah, right. Nor yet in the hell of the damned, because heaven is no prison, nor did Christ go to preach to the damned. Right? So they're trying to reason through this.
Mm-hmm.
But here's my problem. isn't it the case that judgment follows death? Now,
Individual or general?
individual.
Yes.
Yes. So if Christ is going to preach to these people, yes, preach, that's the word. That means either two things. The clear meaning is I'm trying to persuade you of something. I'm trying to change your mind. The second thing could be, in a very loose and perhaps impossible reading, that he's just here to announce who he is. I think if I weren't following the text closely, I would try to argue that what is happening is we've got Jews who die with faith in the future Redeemer. Christ comes to them and gives them just the minor premise. I am that future Redeemer. They immediately recognize it, not syllogistically. There's no movement of mind that can be happening here. These are disembodied souls. So it's just an announcement. It's not a preaching, but an announcement. But every translation I have of this is preached. Maybe I can find out what the Greek is. So that seems like a problem. And here's another more wild interpretation. Could it be that days of Noah here, right? I think it has to be actually that the days of Noah are not just those calendar days where Noah was alive. I don't think Christ is going to preach to people who died at the hands of the flood, the literal flood.
Why not?
Well, because, and the church doesn't think this either, because they're going to tell you that he's going to the place where Abraham is, the place where Moses is, right? The place where Jacob and Isaac are, right? Adam, all these people are there, and none of these people died in the flood.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to read Days of Noah here as a broader, of broader significance, right?
Yeah. Well,
And then,
that's
okay, go
given
ahead.
in like when the ark was a building, right? I think that's a telling subordinate clause.
What's telling about it? You mean not only the calendar days of the flood, but also the calendar days when the wood was being put into the ark?
Yeah, like so.
I don't think that solves the problem at all.
When so in the days of Noah, like when the ark was a building. So all right, so verse 19.
Say it with your southern accent like they intended.
I actually, believe it or not, I can't do a southern accent. I really can't. I can't.
All right.
I've tried. I can't.
So wait.
I can't even hear it in my mind.
So this
know,
renders building as interesting. This renders building as a noun. The Knox translation renders it.
You use
as
the
a
Knox? You're
verb.
the only other person I've ever heard of that has a Knox Bible.
I don't
have one.
I don't have
Why
one.
are you looking at it?
Newadvent.org has one.
Oh, okay.
Uses it. And it looks like the Latin uses it as a noun too. Fabricaretur arca.
All right. I'm looking at the Greek here, which I don't know, but I can read James Strong's dictionary. Is it James?
But when the ark was a building in which a few, that is, only 8, were saved by water, and then he connects to baptism.
Yeah.
So it seems he does a couple of things. One, preaching to those who were in prison in Sheol. 2,
does prison have to be Sheol?
that seems to be the context in which it's used.
Could it also be just like the prison of sin, the way in which the Jewish people were in the bonds of slavery, right?
It could be. That's not how the Haydock commentary renders it.
I know. I
That's
think the
not
Haydock
magisterial.
commentary here is insufficient.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I'm not beholden to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, even those who were in the prison of sin. Sure. But I think though, in which also coming, he preached. All right, Christ died once for our sins, the just for the unjust, being brought to life by the Spirit. In which coming, he preached to those spirits who were in prison. All right, so Paul maybe is ambiguous there, or at the very least, he could be talking about those who are also in the prison of sin, not just Sheol. But it goes back to verse 20 then. Who in times past, there's a qui there, right? Like it's those who were in prison, qui, right? Who in the times past had been unbelieving when they waited for the patience of God in the days of Noah. When
There's
the
no
ark was-
qui in the Greek.
No, I'm just looking at the Latin. What's the Greek read?
So you want me to try to pronounce Greek words to you, or do you want me to give you the literal translation here? I'm looking at from. Okay,
give me
so
the
literal word by
translation.
word, verse 19. In which also to the imprisoned spirits, having gone, he preached, having
Okay.
disobeyed at one time when was waiting the of God long suffering in the days of Noah. That's it.
Okay. It still seems like there's a times. Like, yeah, okay. It still seems like he's referencing the past at the very least, right?
Having disobeyed. So that's
It's an ablative absolute.
yeah, I'm just trying to think of what's
The days of
denoted by
Noah is
that.
what seems to be.
No, not the referent. Having disobeyed. So if you having disobeyed, that means you've completed the act of disobedience. This could be everyone's subject to original sin, though. Having disobeyed. Now the thing is, if I'm reading Days of Noah like this, I'm really reading it as I'm going to use a Bulls-Kellian term here. All right, and this is really what I'm testing. Okay, so I've never heard anybody else try to read scripture this way, but Bulls-Kelly identifies two Greek words for time, and this is true. This much is true. Chronos and kairos, right? So chronos is, of course, from our term, or our term is from it, chronological. So that indicates an ordered succession of linear events, right? Kairos, if you were to ask most people, it's usually translated as something like the appointed time or the right time. All right. Bulls-Kelly wants to read it as something a bit more than that, as something, a sense of time which is actually non-linear, such as like the overflowing of eternity into Chronos.
Sure,
So-
that's
so, like-
legitimate. Do those terms actually appear here?
They don't, right? They don't, but they do appear in a lot of different places. And the days of Noah could certainly be taken as a species of kairos here. And I think you have to, at least this, you can't read it as the literal calendar days. Nobody reads it that way.
Why not?
Because the people
He's
who
literally
he's preaching
saying,
to,
or at least the Latin in times past, where he's
he's not talking about the days of Noah as in those days where Noah was alive. Because there were many people that most people want to interpret this passage as Christ went to go preach to who were not alive in those days, right? Who were not disobedient in the days of Noah. They might have been disobedient in their own day, but not in his day.
Does the Greek talk about like the 8 souls saved by water?
Yeah, so
Like that seems to talk
I
about.
can
He's
tell you what
talking about
Bulls-Kelly
the
would say
days of
about that.
Noah.
Bulls-Kelly would say 8 here does not signify the literal number of people, but rather the spiritual signification of there being 8 of them.
Which is
So there's the 7 days of creation and the 7-day cycle of the Jewish liturgical calendar, which is broken in the new covenant into the 8th day, Sunday, right?
Got it.
So 8 signifies this culmination point of salvation history or something. This
It's a legitimate interpretation.
yeah. So I would think that's precisely why Peter could be pointing out that there's 8. He's like reminding you, remember there were 8 of these people. There's a deeper signification here.
Well, that would be the why there was 8 of them. But
yeah. Like he seems like very specifically to point this out. It's like a pause. Like, let me pause here and point out there was 8 of these people,
Mhm.
right? So there seems to be a spiritual signification to 8 and not just the literal, there were 8 people on this boat,
Mhm.
right? As if those were the 8 souls that Christ is going to preach to. But the thing is, those are at least Noah, I think that's right? So 8 includes Noah, does it not? If it does, Noah was not disobedient. I don't think at all. Even when he got drunk, it was an accident.
right? Noah, I think, is called like the one guy on earth that's still
Man, there's still the whole
righteous,
original.
right? There was one guy who was righteous, and it was Noah.
There's the whole original sin thing, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. If you read it as original sin, though, then you're immediately past the calendar days thing. Right now, we got to talk about everybody who's been disobedient. The days of Noah really indicates the disobedience of original sin, which belongs to everybody and which puts everybody in prison.
Yeah. Well,
I can link you to my Greek page if you want to see
No,
it.
that's okay. I was going to say the Haydock commentary goes on to just talk about baptism then being that form of water. And
It's
then,
a really cool website anyway. If you're ever doing this, because it gives you the Greek transliterated in the original letters, the literal translation of that particular word in its tense, and then a link. If you click at the very top, the number, it takes you to Strong's Greek dictionary entry.
I've used that
and
website
even
before.
on that page, it's got other dictionaries too.
Yeah, I think I've used that website
It's
before.
it's a really great website.
Yeah. I'm just saying the Haydock commentary goes on to talk about the notion of like baptism. It seems to then, like, to your point, interpreting this in the spiritual sense.
Mm-hmm.
That he seems to be then talking about in the days of Noah. So Noah does represent a kind of, I want to phrase this very carefully, but Petrie kind of follows this interpretation. Noah represents a kind of recapitulation of Adam.
Recapitulation's the word, I think.
Yeah. So like,
well, he's not even just a recapitulation of Adam, but really a recapitulation of salvation history, even of the future salvation history.
That's the point, right? So, so that then so what Noah then represents is the kind of like everyone else being sinful. Noah is righteous. His family, kind of by connection to Noah, by then spiritual interpretation being the church, right? The connection to the ark. And that's at least what the Haydock commentary seems to then be talking about, right?
Yeah. I think that much is clear. Like everybody, I think, understands what the ark represents, what the flood represents,
but
and how baptism is connected. But it's just the spirits in prison that I want to try to figure out.
Well, I don't know. Your point then, like, I think again the Haydock commentary talks about Sheol or whatever. But at least in terms of like maybe what your point about it being insufficient, it's not wrong. Christ does, when we talk about the descent into hell, he goes to where all of the pre-incarnation souls are kind of like waiting
for him.
At
least that's Thomas's reading, right?
Yeah,
they're waiting for a future redeemer.
Exactly. And so in that sense, he does. He goes down into the prison of those who were before him temporally, who are waiting for him.
Can we say
in connection, they're also then imprisoned to their sin, but that's because they haven't been set free by the sacrifice of the cross yet.
Well, yeah. But what about the persuasion that seems to be happening here? At least Strong wants to say that the word for persuasion, caruso here, does imply a message publicly and with conviction.
Oh, is that the
he persuade, right?
That's the he preached.
Yeah.
Like he persuaded?
Yeah. So if I'm just reading this and I'm abstracting from everything else I think has to be true, then I'm understanding that the people in this middle place between heaven and hell that Christ descends into have the major premise and they need the minor premise. This is that Redeemer.
Yeah.
And so they would need to be persuaded of that. But and that might work. I think if I have to bite that bullet, I probably can, but there seems to be a problem with two problems. One is that the movement of intellect seems to, I don't know where I'm getting this, and I could not find it when I was looking for it, but the movement of intellect seems to require union with body, right? I'm not sure. I guess it's probably on Thomas on separated soul somewhere, but I'm pretty sure I've read that once the soul is separated, the mind doesn't change. Right, that you don't
not without some sort of direct revelation from God, right?
Yeah, so God can move your intellect, but I guess that's what it could mean. I guess preaching here could just mean that God is going to go there and enlighten their intellect,
that he is the Redeemer they've been waiting for. That might make the most sense. But that,
Well,
okay,
especially if they have the right disposition.
that resolves one side of this. But the other side is that after death comes judgment. Right? So I could understand this as the disembodied soul has no connection to matter anymore and sort of steps into eternity outside of time, which is just the measure of matter in motion. And so outside of time, right, this individual judgment does not depend upon something that has not happened yet in the order of chronology, right? So that Christ, as soon as, like, it's not like Abraham then would have needed a place of sort of waiting as if he was somehow connected to time and matter. He could have, it seems, been judged right away. He dies and, oh, boom, there's the future Redeemer he was hoping to see. There wouldn't have been this, like, waiting period. And it seems a little strange, actually, the church would even suggest that there's a waiting period, that anyone would think that, but maybe I'm missing something.
I don't know. This question has come up a couple times for me even this year, but it does seem like at some point you have to take account of the fact that at Abraham's time, Moses' time, Noah's time, given even the whole Kairos Chronos distinction, like God had not yet become incarnate for this. Like there is something they have to wait for, even though they've died, gone to their judgment. Like the second person hasn't incarnated yet.
You'd have to say their soul is somehow connected to matter and motion.
Or at least there's a disposition there that what in their like what they've known, even though it has not temporally come to be yet, the disposition they had in their soul is prepared for the eternal truth of what will be. I don't know.
What will be though? You're putting them in time.
You're right. You're right. I'm not. You're right. I'm not. This is a problem. Because it definitely seems the whole concept of Christ descending to the realm of the dead presumes this.
Or it could just be, so Thomas gives other reasons for the descent into hell, not just to rescue. He does say to rescue the people who are there waiting for him. So Thomas somehow seems to think this will work itself out. Maybe he works it out somewhere even. But he also says that, like, to make his victory complete. Victory is not complete when you just win on the open field, but you have to move into your enemy's home and destroy him there.
I was going to say, but
to bind the strong man, right? This is about his victory over Satan.
Isn't that still going on?
Satan has been, well, I would say in some respect, there's probably a distinction there. There's certainly a sense in which Satan is just entirely beaten by the cross, right? It's beaten in the sense that now God is saving people, right? The events in time have taken place that people are now being saved, or that people can be saved, right? The prerequisite conditions have been met. That is a defeat, and a total defeat in a certain sense, right? There's another sense in which the devil can win these sort of small victories, but he's still totally defeated in the sense that when he won in the garden, paradise was lost. Right? And he's totally been defeated on that front.
So the descent into hell then is the establishment of the prerequisitions necessary for the salvation of souls?
No, but it would be the to make Christ's victory over Satan complete. So this is in the commentary on the Apostles' Creed.
Guys, I gotta be honest. I think I gotta bounce here.
Yeah, I'm getting a little tired myself.
But,
well, let me just. I want to link you the text here.
All right.
So I kind of want to pick up with this question maybe next time.
All right.
I think it's in here. Maybe it's not in here. I might need to go looking for it.
It's
oh no, wait, no.
Let's say it's on the Aquinas website, but
well, it's not in the Creed, I don't think. I'll keep looking, but I'll find it. There are reasons Aquinas gives. And anyway, maybe we can talk about this next time. Maybe Peter Jake will have some thoughts about how this could work out. Or maybe I'll find in Thomas something else that treats this, because he clearly says Christ
descended into hell to rescue his people who are waiting for him, right? So there, he does think there's a middle place. So anyway,
All right.
all right,
All right, boys. This was good.
yeah, good fun.
Yeah, we'll pick up. I think this is actually a good place we can pick up with this next week. We'll find the text, send it out.
Cool.
All right, boys.
Take
Take
care.
All right.
care. See y'all next week. Have a good night.